Hello, hello, everybody. Hopefully it's not too crazy loud. Oh, hello, webcam. Oh, my webcam is not set. Okay, let me turn this off and on again. Hold on 1 second, guys. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, there it goes. Never mind. Yay! You think we can do a four skull right now? Perfect. Good morning, good morning. I don't remember. No, it went up. Oh shit, we're too little too late now. Morning, hello. New settings work awesome. Yay, what's up, Inspire? So, yeah guys, I had an issue with my motherboard, my new motherboard. Found out that there's something with the Ethernet port on this, so I had to do like a massive BIOS update on it, and then I had to like do a bunch of manual installations of drivers to get it to work properly. So definitely different. There we go. Hey Kamara, how are you doing? Morning, morning, morning. Let me just, there we go, perfect. All right. Whoops, wrong one. Bouncing everywhere. Hey guys, so we got more Street Fighter stuff to do today, but I wanted to show you what I've been working on for articulation, and hopefully some of you will actually be really excited about it. Because I'm thinking about finishing building articulation cutters for 3D printing and then releasing them for a few bucks on like Gumroad or something. Hope my weekend wasn't too stressful. No, it wasn't too stressful. It's just like I've realized that I've been getting a lot of lag with the internet, and then I called my cable company to come out and take a look at it, and they tracked it all the way to my motherboard. Like, we checked my routers, my modem, the cable lines, like we checked everything because it was weird that I was getting such odd numbers. And then we tracked it to the motherboard, and a bad cable. There was a bad Cat 5 cable. So new cable and a bunch of updates. So it was actually really, really helpful, but to get that done. J Crew, what's happening? So anyway, guys, that is okay, cool. Yeah, so that is that. But I want to show you the articulation process. I decided to re-articulate Vegeta a little bit more. And so I wanted to show you kind of what I've done real quick. It's a little bit different. Here's the pieces so far. I was going to kind of also show off just a little bit of how to approach the knees. I'm still figuring out the hips. Once I get those cutters, then I'll release it. But no, I think it's already coming out really well. I decided to do a double joint for it all. So this is looking pretty cool. As you can see, kind of the rotation and the range of motion we get is pretty good, as well as we'll have some forward momentum as well. So you got your hands on a Ryzen 7. Nice! Good for you, man. Good for you. Also true, I tried to also adjust my setup to be a little bit more towards the camera. All right. So I was kind of going to show off just a little bit of how the double joints work a bit, but here are all of my, not really sure how I like that one. Here's kind of my articulated joints cutters so far. So the idea is that I'm going to be releasing these, but they're designed so that you can use them and get articulation really, really quickly. Have I heard of that CD Project Red? Did I hear that it got hacked? No, I didn't. That's crazy. Hey, thanks for the host. Death. Awesome, awesome. Have I tried Nomad Sculpt? Yes, actually I have Nomad Sculpt, and it's pretty good. I like it. If you're on a budget and you're trying to learn how to sculpt, I highly recommend it. You know, Army Coffee's turn. That's funny. Yeah. Okay, do it. No, I didn't hear that either. That's crazy. Hello, I need to sleep now. Hello. Oh. It's too early for that, brother. Been using it since release. Is really awesome. Yeah, it is really awesome. Yeah, I need sleep now. I'm slacking a little bit there. I'm still very slow on the learning process. Oh, what? It didn't say it. That's okay. How are you guys doing? How was your weekend? How was your Monday? Oh. Oh, interesting.
And it was just 5 years ago.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Wow. Wow, dude, that's insane. Oh, it has been a long time. Oh, nice. Yeah. I'm gonna have to see. Uh Waisashi Buri. Waisashi Buri. Maybe. Buri. I'm gonna have to work on that. Okay. I'm starting to recognize how to break things down. Because I've been using the app of just getting the vowels and stuff and the sounds right, and then trying to also learn the writing at the same time. It's crazier than that. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm leaving Facebook. Follow link. Is it okay to click this? Hello, I'm Emma, Mrs. Dice's oldest. How are you? I'm good. How are you, Mrs. Dice? Hello. Okay. Hey, Next Knox. How you doing, brother? Oh, you copied out of the messenger. Okay. Someone hacked into Florida City water supply and tried to poison it. What? That's crazy. Oh my goodness. How's this world coming to? That's like, this is like something out of like a Batman comic. Oh my gosh. I'd like to help you practice the pronunciation. Yes, I would like that too. Yeah, we need to set up a time to do that. Yeah. Yeah, I read that. It should have been bigger. Much bigger news. It should have been, yeah, very scary. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Hello, I just heard the great news. Congratulations on your role with the new Pixelology stream. Yep, that is true. That is true, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm just waiting on scheduling. And for those of you who don't know, I will be streaming on Pixelogic stream, which is exciting. And also, too, my themes will be pretty much kind of what we do here, except for it'll be a little bit, it'll just all be ZBrush, no stream raiders and stuff. But it'll basically be sculpting with 3D printing in mind. So if you bring your 3D printing questions, bring your design questions, and I'll do, just do my best to answer them or get you the information you need for that. It's really going to be fun. I'm also thinking about coming up with some new projects. I'm also talking about articulation on there as well. That's actually where we're going right now. But yeah, it's really exciting. I'm really happy about it. But well, if it's our wonderful friend. Hello, Talden. How you doing? Well, people have less to do now, and they're finding things to do. Not everyone has good intentions. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, I also have some other good news. It's all blanket news, but I was able to sign an NDA over the weekend to hopefully start some contract work. So that's going to be really cool. I'm really excited about that as well. So all good news, all good stuff. All right. So let me just kind of show you real quick the idea of my articulation. So basically the idea here is that you have a cutter tool, which will help separate your model for getting both the male and the female ports so that they snap together. And then we have a pin cutting tool, and then we have a hinge. And then we have a hinge cutter that will actually, like this hinge actually could go away because it literally could just be the cutter, the two cut. Actually, there's just 3 cutters for a ball joint. Pretty simple. That's the main idea for this cutter. Then this is a double hinge, more for like elbows and knees typically. But again, we have this setup right here. We'll cut out the pins and actually separate the elbow, elbow or knee, and bicep, tricep, or bicep and forearm. So upper, lower arms, and then elbows as well. And then a hinge cutter for the right amount of space. And that's, yeah, it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. I think also too, yeah, I also have a built-in hinge that you can then work with. So that fits right in that space, which is perfect. I'll show you how this one works in particular. That's right, sip it on Iron Sculpt. You feel, yeah. So yeah, so I'll demonstrate this one in particular. And then I have developing a torso cutter. This will be a little harder to see, but basically it creates the male and female joint, and then we also have a trim tool as well as a splitter for the ball that gets developed so that you can actually flex and snap into place. And then we have just a basic swivel cutter, which will just create the male and female, and then it's just all designed to snap. Again, just to snap right into place. You can see there's a good amount of distance between the two, so it creates both pieces at once using a live boolean. So I'll give you an idea of how that all works actually right now. So this is kind of the stuff I'll be bringing to Pixelogic too, just so you guys are aware. Yeah, so for example, that swivel cut, if we just pick this torso for a second, you could see here, let's flip it, that we have the female on the inside. And then if we go down to the legs, let's actually highlight the legs, then you have the male piece. And this is pressure fit. So the idea is that it'll snap into place, and then you can actually rotate it right where you need it to go. So it'll rotate on the even axis, which will be something like this. Hold on. So it'll rotate this way. So that way you can get some twisting happening on the inside, so you can pose them all sideways and shit if you wanted to. So I'll demonstrate the knee real quick. It's a work in progress, but this should be released soon. I'm hoping to get it done this week. If we do the knees real quick, then that'll just be one step closer. So let's do that. And then we'll get to Vega versus Chun-Li, because I want to get into detailing that. And that's also going to be working for release. So let's do knee cutters. All right, so we'll go legs. Let's just do main legs. Let's just turn all that off. And so what you do is, and there would clearly be instructions here as well, but if we take our knee cutter, we're going to go ahead and copy that, and let's go ahead and paste it. We now have our cutter, and what we're going to do is, typically this little cutout section right here, this little area, this is going to be for the knee or for the elbow. So for the knee, we just have to turn it around 180 degrees and then position it. Scale it up, kind of rotate. This will just kind of slide in. You can kind of already see where I'm going with this. Also kind of rotate that to kind of fit it right where we think it's going to need to be. And the key here to remember is we don't want too much. We don't want the wall thickness to be too thin. That's the important part. I still want to know what Death stream schedule will be like since he left this channel. All creepers all the time, right? He was trying to show me. He streamed something like Destiny like 5 years ago or something, and I guess it said something funny, and so he went to plug it so he could share the joke with us, and it did not work well. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and rotate this a little bit. And what's cool, at least the idea here, is that we can go ahead and hit auto groups, and these can be adjusted as long as you don't mess with the overall the radius of it. If you just kind of like elongate this stuff but not actually warp it, then you can get cleaner cuts a lot easier. So we have plenty of room to adjust. But you want to basically position everything together as much as you can. And then what you can do too is you see here how like some of this is coming in and colliding. With articulation, there's more. You want to adjust the sculpt itself to fit. You don't want to adjust the cutter. So here we'd want to actually push this in and kind of get that fixed. That way it's a clean cut every time. All right. And then stuff like this we have to pay attention to, where like the hinge is popping out of the socket, so we're popping out of his knee, so we actually want to pull that out. And we can even turn on you could turn on transparent, so you can get a better idea of how far everything is before you cut it. There we go. That actually looks pretty good. Now the idea here is that you'll still have to do you'll still have to set things up. So one of the things we'll want to set up, we first want to cut the pins and the legs. So we'll go back to the cutter, and we need to split some of this up. So if you had it already, hit auto groups, then select the pins and the main cutters, leaving the hinge and the hinge cutter separate. I'll go ahead and just split hidden. Bring that down, turn that part off, come up. So now we have this, and now we're gonna go ahead and set this to cut, which will give us a good example of where things are, and also two things we'll need to fix. So we can start bringing that down like that. Now what's cool is we can go ahead and also mirror and weld so that we're making the same cut at the same time. And with toys, certain sections will get removed. So like this back part right here will get removed eventually. So just take a look at the main cuts. Knees look pretty good. This also, the reason for these designs was into the sculpt as possible. And also just you're able to create custom pins that work each time. And we can even adjust some of the leg itself after the cut. So I like that. Let's go ahead and hit live boolean, come up here to boolean folder, and we'll make the cut. And now we got this. So the cut should work pretty well. Go ahead and hit auto groups. And if you do it right, you'll get all the different groups. So we'll be able to select the legs. And now look, we have our main cutout. Go ahead and split hidden. And let's rename this right now. We'll call this top leg. Top legs. And then from here, we'll go ahead and isolate the kneecaps. Split hidden. Let's rename these knees. They still need to be adjusted a little bit, but not much work needs to be done. And then here, let's go ahead and split hidden. And these will be the top pins. Actually, this will just be the... Yeah, those are the top pins. So I was working on this all weekend, and it's pretty... I like it. It's pretty cool. Make it a lot easier. It took forever to understand this. Sorry if it was already asked or said, but are you selling or making these cut tools available? Yes, I will be once I'm satisfied with them. I want to make sure that they are as seamless as possible. And I'll be able to make a video on how they work instead of writing instructions. I'll just make a video of how each cutter works individually so that you could follow along with it as well. But yes, these will be available for sale as soon as I'm happy with them. I don't want to release anything prematurely, but yeah, if it's something you're interested in, go ahead and like follow me and stuff, and I'll make sure I announce when they go live. So yeah, I'm really, really, really excited. It took me, I've been working on learning articulation for the past couple months, and was able to really pick up some cool tricks, and then just wanted to develop my own stuff, because articulating for 3D printing is much different than articulating for manufacturing. Not much different, but the differences are in the materials. So I had to make accommodations for how resin and FDM kind of work hand in hand. I'm thinking you'd want to print the main joints in FDM, and then you'd want to print the body in resin, or get a more flexible resin, or just print everything in FDM, because FDM's layer lines kind of help lock things into place. But these are snug enough where they would actually work out pretty well. In fact, I have some test examples of like torso and swivel and snap pins. So, hey, what's going on, Moshi? How you doing? So yes, they will be available. It'll just take a little bit of time. I'm hoping actually like in a couple weeks. When I say it's going to take time, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so we have the bottom legs here. And let's go ahead and rename these bottom legs. There we go. And now we can kind of see how this all connects with each other. Now the cool part is that we'll want to actually cut certain things together so that we don't have to keep doing this over and over again, but the process will be the same. Right on, definitely swooped you at some point for this. Awesome. Hell yeah. You are a great singer. Is this Vegeta? This is Vegeta for sure, yes. I'm just going over some of the progress I made with articulation, and then we'll get back to Vega and Chun-Li, because that's a static statue I'm working on. This is the articulated file I'm working on. I feel like I have 2 projects going on. I do. Plus I have another thing I want to do. Plus contract work. I'm a busy guy. Looking good. Thank you so much. I'm running everywhere. Okay. So let's go ahead and actually let's just do this one at a time so you guys will see where I'm going. So let's actually isolate the cutter real quick. And the hinge, so we're going to go ahead and split hidden. And the hinge will actually pair the hinge with the knees. So let's go up here to the knees. And we're going to label this final knees. And let's just turn the things off we don't need right now. Let's move that hinge in there and let's turn the rest off. Okay, so with the kneecaps, I think this is probably the easiest thing we can do. So we're going to go ahead and actually, because the hinge is already set to the proper scale against the cutter, so you won't have to sit there and manipulate the hinge at all. It's already ready to go. So we're going to go ahead and mirror and weld so it's one on each side. Then we're going to take the knees, make sure we have symmetry turned on. And what we're going to do is just kind of grab our select lasso, and we're just going to make sure that we make a cut, something like that. So we're just going to trim off the excess back part. We don't need this back part. It's just going to get in the way. So we're going to go ahead and delete hidden, and then close holes. And now if we put it up next to the knee, we just got rid of this back part. But if we were to go ahead and actually come here and isolate just this part, we can actually see, oops, wrong way. Grab this one. You can actually see how it rotates against that axis, because it's a perfect circle, and it creates a stopping spot, so it's going to stop right there and not go any farther, so he won't be double jointed, which is nice. Now we need to cut the back side on him, so the knees would be done at this point. So we'd go ahead and merge the knees, merge folder, hit solo, and now we have the kneecaps right here. If you wanted to Dynamesh it, you can. And then that'll be perfectly solid and ready for 3D print. You're a great singer. I sound like donkey. I sound like a donkey with half a tongue. You guys don't want to hear me sing. Death, you sound better than I do. No Sheen here. All right, so now that part's developed, right? So we already have our knees done and the hinge. So we're good to go. So we can actually take this, put it at the bottom. I like to rename and call that final knee. And then let's go ahead and save it. So we'll go ahead and save. And then if you're anything like me, I'm going to go ahead and save. If I make big changes, I'll save another file. So I'll do that in a minute. All right, final knees, we can move that folder up. Now let's hide those, and now let's cut the top legs. So we're going to take our cutter, turn that on, move that, and let's put our top legs in the folder. We'll call this top legs. Put this in, hit the cutter, and so once you set it up, once you set up your position and you get that right, then the rest actually just kind of works itself out. And you'll want to go through and actually name your back legs, your front legs, etc., etc. But it's just a lot easier to just cut. Oops, I forgot to eat breakfast. No! Why did you do that? Have to eat breakfast if you want to get big and strong. Alright, so now we have that. Here's the cool part. What we can do is we can actually just go ahead and copy this cutter. And go ahead and boolean the folder. So now we have our top legs. And these legs, except for, you know, aside from if we wanted to create a pelvis or hip articulation, if we weren't doing that, this would be considered done. But if we were wanting to do that, that's the last cutter I have to develop. Once I develop that, then we'll end up doing that process. So for right now, we'll just call this semi-final top legs. And now we have that. And we're just going to go ahead and kind of hold on to that for a second. And then what we'll do is we'll actually take the bottom legs, create a folder. Oops, let's go ahead and actually name it. Name your folders. Call this bottom legs. And now we can just go ahead and actually paste that cutter in there. Hide that. Here we go. And then we just set that for cutting. And we take a look and we can see wall thicknesses. Everything looks really good. Looks really clean. So yeah, it's a little off center, but that's okay. Can always adjust that later if you wanted to. If you wanted to make a recut, if you want to reposition. But, you know, I've actually seen off-center toy articulation, so that's not a big deal. As long as the wall thickness is good enough, you should be fine. Or if you're going for pure appeal, but we want a wall thickness of at least 1.2 millimeters, and we're like at 5 millimeters, so that's plenty. But now we have our legs, and we're good to go. So these are semi-final because I want to make ankle joints. Disneyland just refunded me for my AP down payment from last year. Woo! That is awesome. How uncharacteristically kind of them. Absolutely. Yeah. I guess maybe they want you to come back for sure. Okay, so semi-final bottom legs. There we go. And so now if we take a look at just how the legs operate along with the... Where do I have the top? Where are the top pins? Ooh. So yeah, here's the bottom pins. Did I lose the bottom pins? Whoops. Whoopsie! I think I lost the bottom pins. So if that happens, that's no big deal. Let's just come up to the top legs. Or no, the legs themselves. You can actually, this is why you keep your folders. So if you make a mistake like I did, I guess I deleted the bottom pins for some reason, maybe with the delete hidden, go ahead and you can just re-boolean that folder. Go ahead and auto groups. Then just grab the stuff that you need, and then delete the rest. Delete hidden. Rename bottom pins. And what's cool with the cutter system is that it creates custom pins for each spot. So that pin will only fit in that area. So it works out where it's like you're creating a custom pin that has and keeps that appeal. So that way, from afar, if we turn everything else on, oops. Why do we have that selected? No, turn that off. So if we turn everything else on, looks like we kept that appeal pretty well, at least I think. And so, yeah, there's like, this one's pretty, you know, you can't hide this stuff. Like the actual double joint, you can't really hide those. Look at any toy. You're not going to hide that well, but for what it is, we are even able to kind of project some detail a little bit. So if you wanted to project detail back onto the hinge, you could do that. I didn't do it for the legs this time just to kind of show it off, but yeah. Here, that's what I did with the front ones. I projected that detail. And if you want to project detail with this hinge, all we can do is grab this. We can call this hinge. Call this hinge project, and then we'll get to the battle. And then you just go ahead and let's see here. Take our main legs. Let's go ahead and copy those legs. Going into hinge project, so we can go ahead and paste. Let's just hide everything but what we need. We just want these two things right here. So if you want to project detail onto these hinges, make sure you dynamesh it first. Go ahead and hit BP. Where is it? No, sorry, BZP, which will do a Z project. We can turn the intensity down just a little bit. And then we can go ahead and start projecting that detail. If it'll let me. Why won't you let me? Oh, I have such... Okay, yeah, you want to make sure that your focal shift is... There we go. Make sure your focal shift is not turned all the way up like I had mine. Have it about soft right there. And now we can go ahead and just start lightly projecting some of that, which blends that detail. You just want to be careful that you don't do a little bit of this crunching right here. So if you end up doing this crunching, you can trim that off or try to reproject it again. But in theory, you could take a look, and now that kind of, we turn that off and turn the rest on. It will project and look a little bit more appealing in the back. All right, battle time. So that's some of the stuff I'll be bringing to Pixelogic and stuff as well, but this cutter system, I'll be finishing this up and getting this ready pretty soon, actually. So I'm really excited about that. Let's go ahead and save this as number 5. Stream radar time! Let's do it. Yes. My camera's a little off today, too, because I turned it off. I turned it on late, so it's all warped now, but that's okay. There you go, there you go! Alright. And Death Sacrament, there you go, buddy! Yep. Totally messed up and went up. Oh well. Okay. Well, let's just commit to that and go up. Let's just... No. You gotta say it like this. I ain't your pal, dick face. That's the quote. What movie's that from? Party knows. Alright, let's see. What are my quests? Ooh, daily tank you. Okay, drop a tank. Easy enough. Alright, let's get a tank. It should be under armor, right? Reindeer tank. Boom. There we go. Maybe? Nope. Okay, whatever. Alright. Okay, and we did want to clean this up. So let's actually back this up a little bit. There's a way we can actually project that a little bit better without crunching it so much. So we can grab here. Let's actually take the clip curve brush and let's go clip curve. And then if we hold spacebar, then hold Control Shift, we can get the clip curve intensity option. Can you tell the story how you got to stream with Pixelogic? Yeah, absolutely. It was actually interesting. So during one of Pixelogic's 2021.5 streams, right at the reveal of 2021.5, somebody in the chat asked if they were able, like, how you can stream for Pixelogic, and they said, here's an email for anybody who wants to do that. Go ahead and email us your portfolio and all of your stuff, and we'll take a look at you and see if it's, and just kind of talk to you and see if you're a good fit. Plain and simple. So I went ahead and this one time at Bandcamp there. So I went ahead and I just sent in my application, not expecting to hear anything back. It was actually around December 18th-ish. I sent an email and just said, this is who I am. Freelance toy maker, statue, digital sculptor, artist. I'm just interested in streaming. I already stream. Here's the link to all my socials. This is kind of what I'm about. This is what I think I could bring to the table. So I kind of just wrote like a basic report of like, this is everything I think I can offer. And they ended up reaching out and said that they looked at my socials, looked at my portfolio, and wanted to know what my overall ideas were a little bit more in depth. So then I went ahead and kind of pitched the idea of sculpting with 3D printing in mind. Because for me, one of the big things about printing or 3D printing is that it's not cut and dry. Like everybody thinks even to this day, because of how successful 3D printing is and how readily available it is, that it could be very easy to get into. And while you could just sculpt something, throw it in the printer, support the crap out of it, and print it, there are proper ways of prepping and getting things set up. Also, too, there are ways to like kind of keep 3D printing in mind when you're pushing designs, so you could set yourself up for success with how you approach your models when you know they're going to be 3D printed or manufactured in any way. So I kind of laid that all down, and they really liked that. So this kind of went back and forth a bit for about a month and a half. And then they finally reached back out and said, you know what, we feel like you're a good fit for the team. We kind of showed your stuff around. Everybody seems to really like it. So here you go. Yep, sign a bunch of paperwork. And yeah, it's basically kind of like a partnership. It's more of like if you know skateboarding, it's kind of like a sponsor me. It's like, they provide a platform, and in turn, I get to help teach Zbrush and be a part of a really cool team. It's a lot of fun. So, but they reviewed me, they looked at my work, they wanted to know more about me, and so, yeah, it was cool. That's the overall synopsis of it. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and kind of clip curve this just a little bit, so you can kind of control your clip curve just a bit with how intense you want that to be. And you can actually kind of do this a little bit on each side, and then you can come through, actually lower that intensity, kind of just start. So you can see here, if you do it too fast, you'll kind of crunch it a little bit, and you don't want to do that. So you want to keep that in mind. You want to keep that as soft as possible. So yeah, I was actually, to be honest, I was a lot more surprised that they were interested, but not in a negative way. Just more like, oh, okay, yeah. Do you guys, do you like what I got? So there you go. So here is this, and you can kind of just get that detail back a little bit. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for asking. Yeah. And so that's how you could project information onto your hinge. So now we can go ahead and actually drag that out. We don't need this folder anymore. So we could just delete this folder if we don't want it. There we go. And now you can see it's not as sticking out so much. It has some pretty good stuff. And then we can go ahead and remesh that, which will give it just a little bit more soft appeal. And you can even come in with a smooth and smooth out some areas if it seems to be a bit harsh. What you don't want to do is you don't want to manipulate the spherical spots. This is all based on, the rotation. And if you end up coming in here and manipulating this part, that'll actually mess up the articulation. So, and you can even come in and hit trim dynamic in some spots and like lightly clean that up. Or say close holes. Yeah, sometimes you get holes. Smooth that down. There you go. But yeah, it's super fun. I'm really excited about it. So, but I love teaching Zbrush, and I love going through everything that I know, and I'm still learning too. So it's really fun to be able to sit here and get a chance to work with a company as big as them. So it's fun. And I can't wait for it to start. It's gonna be awesome. All right. So hopefully these cutters make sense to you guys. Let me know if you have any questions with them. But I'm going to be releasing them, like I said, probably in the next couple weeks. Once I verify that they all work the way I want them to. That's always the trick, right? All right, let's delete the folders. And then let's get into some Vega and Chungli. There we go. Yeah, this is where we're at so far. And technically, I mean, depending on how big of a articulated project you want, this could be, this could be good enough, because it's already a lot of parts. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 3, 4, 5. There's already 25 pieces, and it's literally just head twist, torso twist, and then static leg with double knee joint. And then, of course, we have the arms movable and a swivel hand. So, still a little bit work in progress, but I wanted you guys to see it. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. This way you guys can have something to expect. So if you want to get an articulation, these cutters, like I said, I'll end up putting up a link where they'll be. And let's go ahead and save this as a separate one. And then now let's do the real shit. Let's do it. Also, too, guys, how is the quality of the stream? If you guys can let me know. I had to make some adjustments to some drivers and stuff on my motherboard, and it seems to be working pretty well on my end, but just make sure that it's okay on your end, too. All right, let's go ahead and save this one more time. I save a lot. Quality seems good to you. Awesome! Thank you, Dalton. All right, let's go ahead and load up Vega versus Chungli. Yeah, Dalton. What did I say? Dalton. Yeah, that's how I say it. Don't make me self-conscious, man. I'll fire you. I'm sorry. I won't. Alright, so this is where we are with the Chungli. Oh, okay, cool. Looks crisp. Alright, so if you were a part of my Discord, then you would have seen that I actually came in here and started sculpting her nose, getting her face cleaned up. There's a lot happening here. So, we're finishing the appeal on her face, and it's a lot of movement right now. But this way, too, you can also kind of see both their faces in the same shot. I felt like that was super important. Go talk to the kids. Yeah, go talk to the kids. So I actually bent her head back even more because she felt like she was tucked in too far. And speaking of 3D printing, we also made a slight adjustment, just pushed it a little bit more forward and up, kind of pushed it up a little bit that way. It used to be more like this, which would work, but I feel like there'd be too much stress on the 3D printed part, even with a bunch of cement glue. So kind of gave it just a little bit more of a higher arc, but still going to give us a really cool effect, because again, her feet are going to be printed and welded to his face, and the head will be printed. So the head will be separate, but her legs will be welded to the face. So that in itself is going to make sure that it's nice and solid. And then the rest of her body will be hollow, which will give us the weight distribution that we need. So they'll make sure that it's light up here, and then we'll end up making it super heavy right in the middle to down here. You think the higher arcs adds more motion to the piece anyway? I agree, yeah. By pushing her up and then tilting her head back, I completely agree. And then I did some hair work that I may need to kind of build up a little bit, but a lot of the pieces of the hair are actually attached to her face, so that will print as one piece. So these thin strands will actually be solid, and we won't have any holes there. So yeah. But let's get into, we're detailing this week, so I'm hopeful that this will be done, and then we can start slicing and dicing. So let's actually kind of work on her face just a bit more. Let's angle this. Also, too, I went more traditional anime. I removed the eye sockets, and I just flattened that part out. And then I added some spheres. Thank you so much, Hannibal X, for the follow. I added some spheres just to give it a little bit of curvature, and then I painted in her eyelashes. So you could see here, I just kind of cut that in, and then I painted that in, which is typically how anime gets sculpted anyway, so that holds through. Slicing and bison. Slicing and bison. Ooh, I like that. So let's go ahead and just fix her nose up just a little bit more, and then yeah. Here, I need to adjust the camera just right now. Feel like I'm everywhere. Hey, camera. There we go. Oh, nope. It's just a weird telephoto. Okay, it is what it is. All right. Let's get her nose fixed. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to use Sculpt Pro for this. And we're just, actually, let's use Sculpt Pro and Damn Standard. So we can kind of get in there and cut those nostrils open. But also, too, not worry about the geo failing. Go. So I tried to keep it more anime, but to the credit of the actual movie, which was made in '94, and anime looked a lot different. The style of anime used was a little bit different than what we see more modern. So wanted to make sure that I kept it as authentic or as close to the show as possible. But this scene is hard because her face is so contorted in the scene, and we don't really get to see it, so that made it hard to guess what her face would look like. And there's really no right way to do it. As long as the appeal looks good, that's really what we're going for. But I feel like this is probably the hardest face project I've taken on in a while. By the way, Kamara, your petal's looking awesome. Smooth that down a little bit. this hair, we'll go ahead and actually inflate it a bit. Actually turn on dynamic. And we'll push this in. So again, this way it will be attached to her face. We don't have to worry about anything else. Everyone's working so hard. Absolutely. We're getting it. We're doing all shit. Yeah, I'm surprising myself with a bit of that, you know, honestly. Nice. How so? Like, just is it becoming more than what you thought it would be? What makes this one a little bit different? Should go ahead and move this hair just a little bit more out the way of her eye. Let's go ahead and isolate this one strand. And then we can actually kind of plug that in right there. I think that's going to look pretty good. So if that comes into one piece. There we go, yeah. That way it kind of thickens it up a little bit, but gives it a little bit more. He's trying a bit better than I expected. Yeah, first time doing hard surface. Yeah. Actually, yeah, you seem really good at it. Psst, I'm here. Hi, just working. Forgot the type words. You're fine, which guy? No, you're doing great. You're doing exactly what I would do with any hard surface project, which is just get your primitive shapes and stack them together as best you can. Which that's the trick I was always told with doing hard surface, because I took a Paul Gabry class with hard surface, and that was the biggest thing. Is like just find your primitive shapes, however complicated it looks. Take your primitive shapes and just find them. That's when I did the Iron Giant, and yeah, the Iron Giant came out pretty well. I still need to articulate that, but as you can see, I'm developing my cutters, so that might be a little bit. But yeah, no, it's looking really great. You're doing awesome. There we go. Woohoo! In the cut. There we go. Kind of get this going like this. There we go. And let's isolate this one. And then again, we're just going to push this right next to her face. Actually, we could probably just push that down a little bit. There. Oh yeah, that looks good. There we go. That way it's on her face, but again, it'll print because it's attached. Never really watched many tutorials on hard surface when I started. Figured I'd just dive in and try to figure it out and look up when issues go up. Yeah, exactly. That's all you can do. Yep. I'd say some of the biggest advice I got with hard surface is kind of isolate what hard surface project you're trying to achieve, and then just do your best to make it look as authentic as possible so things make sense. And luckily you got a really solid concept, so that's not too hard to achieve once you got that locked in. So you're doing great. You're killing it. And I love it. I can't wait to see it finished. Are you taking it full game ready? I think that's what you said you were doing. There we go. There we go. Okay. And then the other thing I want to do real quick is her forehead's a little flat. So what we're going to do is go ahead and just kind of grab a big brush, kind of bring this up a little bit. And just kind of make her forehead not so flat. Yep, all the way to rigged and posed. Ooh, Arty. Well, you're doing great, so keep it up. Then send it to Peter and he'll animate it for you. Hashtag not offering. All right. All right, let's go ahead and turn back face on, and let's actually build up a little bit of her ear real quick. Wait, did I hear my name? Yep. Don't you want to animate Kamara's beetle? She's gonna rig it and get it posed. Don't you want to run that across the field? You're gonna say maybe I can find some way to animate. Well, there you go. And then I said hashtag I'm not really offering you, but you know. Actually, it sounds like fun actually. Yeah, right? Hell yeah. I want to make something for you to animate eventually, Peter. That would be fun. Get it all the way. Although you would have to rig it, or I'd have to find somebody else to rig it. I'm not really good at rigs. My rig would be shit. I guarantee it. It would not be good. I'm not talented that way. All right, let's get some skin texture. I think that's going to be the next thing. And what we'll do is we'll test it out on him, because we're going to want softer skin texture for her, but we do want the skin texture, and we're going to build our own texture. So, and I think the way I want to do it is actually with a VDM brush, so I'll make my own VDM brush, so then we can just apply the texture as needed. But human skin texture is pretty simple. It's just a bunch of divots and bumps and then lines on where things fold. So it's not too complicated. And we can actually add those neck wrinkles and arm wrinkles where things fold by hand with a simple standard brush. So let's actually go ahead and save this, and then let's start creating some texture. Just working on my animation. Actually, I'll post a play blast here in a minute. Nice, that sounds good. I don't know how animation friendly my rig is, but at least rigging hard parts is easier. No need to worry about deforming lines. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you have a natural joint, then it'll be a lot easier to push that in for sure. This got moved. Not quite sure how that happened. Let's go ahead and hide the things that we don't need, and let's put this back. I find that it's easy for things to move when you start posing stuff around. There we go. There we go. Now let's go ahead and grab a big old move brush. We can move certain sections back into place without ruining it. But we do want this relatively formed to his arm. Just print a little easier. Go. Perfect. Okay. Let's go ahead and save. Let's go ahead and save. I said save. Depends on there are enough bones that it can look okay. Poor Roger, I know. Hi, what's up, Roger? Oh, right. Yeah, because it was on auto. Having controllers is good though. Never did something like flickering wings. Ooh, interesting. Well, learning curve for everyone. Alright. One thing I did do is I actually painted him a little bit. But let's go ahead and start. Let's build a VDM brush. So what we're going to do, we saved it, right? Let's save it again. I'm all over the place. And if we go under, where is it? I believe it's under miscellaneous. Yes, and then we do, I believe it's brush 30T template. Double click this one. Say, yep, that's good. Let's see here. Yeah, all right, this is the perfect one. For creating VDMs, that's the perfect setup because you already have options. You don't have to mask anything off. You can just select this and mask. And then what we can do is actually, let's go up in subdivision. I want about 1 million for VDMs. And we're gonna go ahead and actually isolate our middle section, and then we're gonna mask out this border. When creating VDM brushes, masking out the border is important because you don't want to deform the edges. That will actually cause issues when using your VDM brush. And now we're going to use standard, and we're just going to get kind of like a spray, almost like a porous texture. So we're going to go ahead and just hit subtract, and let's turn off symmetry. And we're going to also, let's do alpha, yeah, let's do alpha 7. And we're just going to work in the middle of this as much as possible. And it's okay if it looks kind of odd or all over the place. That's no big deal. You don't want symmetry in your skin texture, it's going to look weird. But also too, you don't want backface on. You want actually backface mask turned off so you can push through some of the details. And we're going to do different sizes. Just kind of make it random. And now we're going to hold and do this positively. So we add some positive lines too. So give us kind of a, this will be our main kind of generic texture that we'll drag on. And then we're going to actually go to smooth and click smooth peaks. Turn RGB off, and then we're going to do light. We're just going to lightly smooth down some of the high points. Kind of level that out. So we're looking for kind of a patchy texture. And also too, it helps if you kind of fade out the edges a little bit. There we go. Now, because you have little cracks and wrinkles within the skin, we're actually going to change this alpha to alpha 60. We're going to end up cutting and go a little bit big. Just gonna be a little directional with some of this stuff here. Smooth that down just a bit. We don't want to go too much. We want somewhat smooth skin, but we do want imperfections. There we go. Peter, how much more do you have in your class, buddy? All right, now let's go ahead and let's just use the standard brush next. And we're just gonna highlight some of these edges. So go add, zoom in, and then we're gonna just kind of emphasize some spots. Not a whole lot, just where they kind of dip down. We're gonna actually raise up some of the areas around. So this will create a nice little texture. You can take this as far as you want. So if you want really smooth skin, or if you want really rough skin, it just depends. Go. Stream right us. All right. Let's go ahead and do a light smooth one more time. Okay. Let's go to Stream Raiders, then we'll come back and we'll test this brush out and just see how it looks overall. And we can make a few of them, that way we can have our own custom VDM brush that we can just drag out whenever we want. So let's go to Stream Raiders. All right, battle time, battle time. Do it, do it. J. Crew coming in hot. Look at that. You're outperforming death, J. Crew. Get it, get it, get it. All right, all right, all right. All right, and we got death and... Hold on. Henry genderless. Hopefully I said that right. Awesome. Oh yeah, I did see that. Oh. Oh, I got the one. People still selling that crap. Ugh. Why do people have to sell my shit? If I can't sell it, you shouldn't be able to sell it either. Alright. Get 5 assists with armored units. Oh, okay. Oh, fun. Okay. There it is. Alright. Let's go ahead and do another one. Let's see what we got here. Alright. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, let's... Trying to get assists with my tank, so let's see if we can do it. Alright. Because the objective is to use the tank. Oh, okay. I'll do that next time. Alright. Alright, alright. Now we're going to go ahead and just add a little bit more imperfection right here. Yeah, it's so many people are... Here's the double-edged sword, right, guys? Yeah, so many people, especially my Darth Grogu, is being sold all over the place. People, mostly people in the UK, those are the main accounts that I'm finding. But yeah, there's a lot of people grabbing my stuff, downloading it, and then trying to sell it. The double-edged, you know, it's one of those things, it's like, you can't stop them all, and I'm not going to spend time chasing down, you know, who's doing what. But if I blatantly see it, I'll report it. But it's like, there's nothing nobody can come after me. But at the same time, I'm also kind of happy that my stuff is worth stealing. So there's a little bit of like, yay, but also, come on, guys, come on. Yeah, it's so tricky in the 3D printing community because there's not a whole lot of loss supports. You know, the company is going to have to do something. Eventually, would have to be Disney, because even though it's the Darth Grogu, for example, is the idea set of Max Davenport, and I agreed not to sell it, and he's like, it's just custom art, but it's not my IP. I can't sell it. We agreed not to sell it, and we're holding up our end of the bargain. Somebody else turns around and sell it. You know what I mean? Like, Disney has to go after them. So, and I just try to report it as much as I can. That one and Grogu and Gwenum get stolen the most. Yes, you did. No, Big J, you're fine. Yeah. Yeah, but so many people, I'm seeing it all over where they're just downloading the STL and then they're just selling the STL. And it's like, no, guys. You know, and it's like, if you put your work into it and you do your stuff and you paint it and you're like, hey, I'm painting. Again, you know, there's always risk when people sell stuff, but if somebody tells me, hey, I'm painting this and I'm selling my paint work, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, you know, but it's like, don't just download it and then resell it. You know what I mean? That's where I get angry. It's like, I gave it away for free so everybody can enjoy it. Don't take my STLs and then start charging people for the STLs I created. Like, that's bullcrap. Don't do that. Yeah, Etsy's huge on that. Yeah, there are a few Etsy and Instagram accounts I've seen doing that a lot. Yeah, I see that a lot too, exactly. Good thing I'm a bigger asshole than you. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, it's one of those things. It's like, but I even still, I've told a lot of people who even just paint, just be careful, because while there's nothing I can do, and, you know, just be careful with it, because I've personally gotten cease and desist from companies when it's like, I clearly made fan art and I put it out there, but the minute we put $1 on it, I've gotten stopped personally twice in my life. So I You guys know how I feel about fan art, you know? It's not usually for sale, but if you want to support me as an artist, that's where Patreon comes in. But yeah, Cease and Desist sucked, and yeah, it's crazy. You did a Gwynnum? I've been working on Carnage, MJ. Apologies, I just came across your stream, never seen your work. Oh yeah, hey, no problem. Actually, brother, can you drop my portfolio? Yeah, Death will drop, or Martin will drop the portfolio. But yeah, I did a Gwynnum based off of Randy Bishop. Really cool artist. Was it Randy Bishop? I think it was Randy Bishop. Yeah, I can actually show you full screen. My camera's a little off. Yeah, here's my Gwynnum. It's a little hard to see, sorry. And everything I make is for 3D printed, so. And that's the Grogu. Yeah, my camera's really off today. That's my bad. All right. Cool, I would love to see your Carnage MJ. That sounds awesome. Yep. Martin, thank you, buddy. Thank you. Oh, did that not go through? Okay, I'll link that. I'll end up fixing that. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and test this VDM brush real quick. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and actually come here to create nanomesh brush. And, oh, hold on one second. Right. Got to go to brush, create, is it nanomesh? I think it's nanomesh, yeah. No, wait, it's not nanomesh. I think it's just, hold on. I lost my bearing for a second. That is weird. Okay, I'll have to fix that. Yeah, see, I'm very fresh. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Hannibal. Yeah, I'll have to check that. Okay, let's just go ahead and create insert brush, say new. Perfect. Okay, and then now we have at least this basic brush. Yeah. I could send a work in progress of MJ. Haven't posted because eye pleasing are ripping and running in front of those properties. Yeah, no, dude, I totally get it. Yeah, you could drop it in my Discord if you want, no problem. Just put it in like artwork, and I can take a look at. If you don't mind, also too, I mean, I can look at it off stream or I can show it on stream. Up to you. Posted 2 wins and had different people pick them and finish them before me. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I figure you just kind of have to go for it. When I have an idea, like I haven't seen so many people do Chung-Li's, and then I started doing this project, and then all of a sudden I'm seeing a ton of Chung-Li's. I'm like, of course. So yeah, real quick. All right, just looking up real quick. Make sure, whenever you're in doubt, if you're not 100%, I can't remember everything in ZBrush. I'm not Mike, or but a lot of times what you can do is just, you can come here to Pixo, and they can give you basic tips and stuff. Sure, that sounds great, brother. Okay, just making sure I did this part right. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Let's go back to our main project, so let's go ahead and load. There were like 2 other drill presses on ArtStation when I published mine. Might be coincidence. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Yeah. It's weird when you like start doing something you haven't seen it, and all of a sudden, you're noticing a ton. And I went to people for help on other projects, and had someone set a time to mentor me to finish the project. And instead, they did the sculpt themselves. Oh wow, that's crazy. Good people out there, but you have to be careful. You do have to be careful, absolutely. All right, yeah, you do have to end up being careful for sure. It gets tough, you know. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, that's right. That's what you have to do. I'm pretty sure that's what you have to do. Yeah, okay. There we go. I think that's it. Spin a little bit. Yep, it's right there. Awesome, thanks, Martin. Look at you, Martin. Yeah, and everybody in the Discord's really nice because, you know, we're just a bunch of artists getting together, sharing our work, helping each other out. It's really, really fun. Thanks, dude. Okay. It's been a little bit of time since I made a VDM brush, so I need to just sit here and quickly grabs, right, make your swirl, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. Do. Yeah, okay, this is the part. Oh, that's right, I need to select the chisel brush. That's right. There's a process in this whole thing. Okay, thank you so much. So, what you need to do is actually grab the chisel 3D brush. You need to grab a VDM brush. That is what it is. And then we need to go ahead and just to make sure, and then create multi-alpha brush. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so once you have your VDM brush, then you need to go ahead and create that. There we go. There it is. Sometimes, man, sometimes. Okay. I forgot you had to do that. That's kind of annoying. I wish there was another way to do that, but you have to use the chisel brush for that. That's okay. Let's go ahead and isolate this. But now what we could do is actually manipulate this brush however we need to. We also don't need color. Now see, what we want to fix is actually this edging that's happening right there. So let's go back and fix that. Got you had to use the chisel brush. That's crazy to me. Okay. I think if we end up just deleting that. Let's go ahead and delete higher. Let's grab this. I think we just end up deleting hidden. Delete lower. There we go. Yeah, let's just delete hidden. The other thing we can do too, this is the fun part, we can turn around and go to, actually let's not use deformation, let's use the contrast brush to bring out some of these details. So contrast delta, come in and bring out a little bit more of the details within, giving us a better resolution. Hey, what's up, Adam? How you doing? Good day to you too. Just making our own little VDM skin brush. There we go. Just using the contrast delta brush at the moment to kind of go ahead and get this all kind of popping a little bit. There we go. All right, let's try that. So let's go back. Okay, grab that chisel brush. Come with the brush. There we go. That should be a lot better. You downloaded Blender. Now that I have free time, gonna try and learn it. Hell yeah, do it. Do it. Are you gonna be sculpting in Blender, or are you just learning Blender in general? All right, let's go ahead and look at that. All right, now that's a lot. That's a lot, so we need to drop that intensity down. Look at that. Now we got this skin detail that is happening, and we cannot use Sculptris Pro for this, so you do need good resolution, and this is where VDM brushes kind of come into play. But what you could do is you could drag something out like this, and then you can hit 1 a couple times to repeat that stroke. And that will actually repeat that each and every time. And now we have a really decent generic skin alpha brush. And then we can go ahead and actually smooth down some of the high points. And now you have a VDM brush that's doing that for you, which is really, really cool. Now what's really neat too is now that we got our brush set the way we want it, let's back that up for a second. Let's go back here and let's actually create a couple more variations of this exact one. Some with a little bit more of the deformation wrinkles that you get, and then one without a bunch of them. So let's go into our subtool, and you want to rename this. We'll call this rough skin, like that. And we're actually going to go ahead and Control-Shift-D, duplicate that. Let's rename this one soft skin. Just more play around with it and see what I like. Perfect. That is the best way to go. Seriously, there's no other way to... That's the best way to do it. Want to learn something? Just get in there and do it. Love it. Well, mostly I stream Zbrush stuff. I don't know a whole lot about Blender as far as like I can work within it, but I don't use it that often for sculpting. But for sculpting tips, if you have any questions and stuff, feel free to ask, because it's pretty universal these days. You can get away with a lot of stuff and a lot of techniques you can do in ZBrush, you can do in Blender, and that's what I like about it. Now let's back up a little bit. We're actually going to make this a lot softer. We're just going to go back in history, like such. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try a history recall. I'm really curious about it. So this will be more soft skin. I think if you hold Control and tap that, and then you come all the way up here, and then I think there's a history recall. There it is. Okay, this is the first time using it. There it is. Just paint that history recall right back. Yeah. Oh my gosh. There it is. That's how you do it. That just made me happy. Love it when the plan comes together. But now we have all the steps in between that we've taken. So what we could do is, let's say we want it's like a little bit of that generic wrinkle, but we don't want a whole lot more. Like right there. Let's go ahead and recall that. Come back here. And now we'll paint some of those back. Like that. Perfect. Wonderful. And now we'll just go ahead and hit that contrast brush up one more time. There it is. So this will be a little bit more for softer skin. Easy. And now let's actually duplicate this one more time. So the one I duplicate removes the history. That's the one I'm renaming its official title. And I'm just using this first one to actually manipulate and use that history to create my brush quickly. Pardon me. Okay. So we're going to come right about here. Go ahead and Control tap that there. Go ahead and history has its eyes on you. And record that back. Hey, thank you so much, Sebazone. Thank you, thank you. And can you help me to understand the trunk? The trunk. I could do my best to help you understand what's the trunk. Okay. Would gladly like to try to help you. I just need to make sure I understand the trunk of the body. Oh, okay. Yeah. Trunk of the body. So we're talking more of like okay. So you're talking more of like the waist to the torso region, correct? Yeah, we can go over that. Let me finish making this brush and then I can go ahead and break some of that down. Absolutely. And we'll use primitive shapes to do a quick build on it. And we'll use the primitive shapes to then basically showcase each body part. But yeah, no problem. Give me 1 second. For this, we're going to call this the wrinkle one. So let's just go ahead and really don't understand how to do it well. Yeah, it takes a... The shape itself is pretty unique. The whole body is kind of unique, you know what I mean? There's a lot going on there, but I got you. Okay, what we're going to do is actually create some of these, a little bit more of these lines right here. And then we'll get to that for sure, buddy. Okay, so something more like this. And then we're going to take the damn standard real quick. And we're just going to go ahead and exaggerate a little bit more of these. Just tracing at this point. There we go. And I just used alpha, what? I used alpha 60 to do the initial lines. And then, yeah. And then let's get over the trunk of the body for sure. Cool. Something like that. All right. Something like that. We don't need to go too crazy on that. And then we're going to call this, we'll call this deformation folds. Okay. And then let's hit the standard brush. Let's exaggerate a couple of them. And then let's get to the trunk of the body. So we're just going to go ahead, use the standard brush. The standard brush is really good for inflating some of these areas really well. You can see here, I'm not trying to be super perfect either. I'm just trying to get a decent amount of detail to pop in here. But really just utilizing these brushes to pop some of these details. And then we'll go ahead and grab our contrast brush, contrast delta, pop in some of those details like that. Cool. And now we're going to go ahead and actually grab our chisel brush, create multi-alpha brush, and then we're going to go ahead and save as. So we're going to save as, and we'll call this IR skin brush, VDM brush. Cool. Post in Blender and how I'm doing it. Okay, cool. Let's look at that first, so that way I can kind of get where you're going. And then let's get into the details. Blender. Okay. Okay. All right. So, okay. This is a good start. I'm going to tell you right now, this is not a bad start. It just needs to be, tweaked a little bit. So, I'm going to show you some pretty cool references to pull from. But we really want to, what we're really looking for, in fact, here, let's go ahead and let's save as. Let's go ahead and just save that screenshot real quick. And there's, and let's get into Photoshop, and I'll show you what we're looking for first and why it's important. And then we'll make those tweaks. You're already on your way, so don't worry. Perfect. Zygo is amazing for that. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab our screenshot. We're gonna do a draw over first, so you can get what I'm looking at, the first thing I noticed, and then I'll show you how to build to those shapes by building an example as well. And just note too, this stuff takes time, so you know, don't rush it. It takes as long as it takes. So the very first thing I notice, and if you really want to, what I mean by reference, let's go to Google and let's type in, let's just type in a superhero character sheet, right? And actually just type in male character sheet. Let's not get too crazy. Okay, this is perfect. So there's a little bit of there's a little shape that's hidden within the human body ooh, this is perfect, that a lot of people don't see right away, and it takes a bit of time to see it, and it's just called that S-curve. And I'll show you real quick. So if we come here, and we're going to draw yours, and then we're going to draw with this one. This one's pretty good. So let's take the screen grab that we pulled as our reference, and if we zoom in real quick, and let's just grab a new one, the thing that you really want to pay attention to in your sculpts is the same thing you look for in your drawing. So if we take a standard brush here, let's see, and if we look at the side profile, what we really want to pay attention to is a shape that happens. So from the head here, and then back down. So we're really looking for this curvature. If you go from the chest and see how the chest flares out and then it lines back up, this kind of S shape is always what you're looking for. And you can see it within the human body everywhere. So you can see it in the leg on its own. You can see it in the head here, from the head to the back to the front. So all of that exists. Even if we were to come right down the center and come flaring out on the leg and come back around, this shape exists. So it's the flow of your model. And so if we were to hide this for a second and look at your model, right now what we're seeing is we're actually seeing a fairly straight breakdown. There's not too much of a curve here. And so what we really want to do is exaggerate that. Now, your body is actually broken up pretty easily, but let's actually go to Zygote real quick, and I'll show you some basic proportions to take a look at. And then we'll go into building it. So I first want to just kind of show you what I'm seeing, and then we'll go from there. And of course, too, those shapes get formed more for exaggerating with stylized characters than realism. But even here, you could see that, yes, you could see that the body's straight, but at the same time, if you follow my mouse, there's actually a little bit of curve there. There's a bit of shape within, from the chest down to the front. Like, you could see the shapes exist, but this is more realism, right? So a common mistake is keeping everything super straight. So we'll build one together. But let's just get into it. And if I'm going too fast, let me know. But what we'll end up doing is starting from what we'll do, and I'll make a video about this too if it's helpful. But for right now, we're going to start with the rib cage, and we're going to work our way up there. So a good trick you could do if you're in Zbrush, now you're in Blender, so it's a little bit different, but a good trick that you could do if you're in Zbrush is you can zoom out, and then you can actually get the skeletal structure, something like this. Then you can go back to ZBrush. If you never use the see-through option, you should start, because it's really, really cool. You can then actually come in here and manipulate in ZBrush. So this is one way to do it. But if you don't have ZBrush, what we can end up doing is actually just start getting our shapes together. So with our reference in mind, as we take a look, if we're building, let's say, a female character, pay attention to how the bones are on themselves. So we could see here that it's kind of oblong with it kind of comes down. It's very it's not oval, it's very just oblong. It's very egg shaped. And so that's the basic shape you want to start with. So always start with the rib cage. I find that to be the most effective way to start building the trunk of the body. So that's what we'll do. So we'll take our model, just grab the move brush real quick. And I like to squeeze that shape in from the front and from the side. And then from here, what I'm going to do is actually kind of keeping the back in mind. I'm just going to go ahead and kind of create an egg shape in the front, and then in the back, what we want to do is keep the neck aligned with the butt. So we want the neck to be slightly pushed back from the front of the rib cage. And then we're just going to push this middle part in just a little bit. Kind of widen that out just a bit. And we build the rib cage like this. Nice and soft, keeping it low. You can even take a pinch brush of some sort and just kind of pinch this area here, just to get an idea that that's where that rib cage ends. Okay. And stop me too if I get a little too far. Now, once we have the rib cage, we do want to create, again, this S shape. What we're looking for is this kind of S shape feel. So in order to do that, we're going to go ahead and duplicate this tool, Zbrush, that's Control-Shift-D. And now we're going to go ahead and actually drag this out. We can smooth this down. Oh, I'm still on smooth peaks. Let's go to smooth. Where are we? So many brushes. Okay, smooth. So yep. I'm just gonna go ahead and smooth this down. So we built the rib cage. Now what we're gonna do is create the abs. What I like to do, it doesn't matter if it's male or female at this point. What I like to do is kind of get this straight in the front, something like this. And then from the side, flare out that back a little bit. So you're starting to see the direction that this would be going. And then have the abs meet up with the tip of that rib cage, right where that rib cage starts. Have that meet up right there. We'll get the stream raiders in 1 second, guys. So you're looking at something like this. So from the side, it's already kind of arched forward a little bit, and then you're already getting a pretty decent arch in the back. So it's not too straight, where if we come back here, you can see you do have a little bit right here, this little bit of a bump, but the spine is actually a lot straighter than you think, and it's actually pushed in a little bit more than you think. Thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it. So you actually want to kind of keep this part straight and then kind of take it back. A lot of people round this out, and that's character dependent. Right now, we're just looking for some decent shapes, so keeping this top part a little straight and then have it dip in, that's not too bad. But I would say, you know, I can tell right here at the top that this part is probably too far pushed out. And really what we would be seeing isn't the spinal cord, we'd be seeing the shoulder blades right here. This portion would be pushed out. So you would actually have your shoulder blades right here that would be sticking out, and your spine would actually be, if you have your neck right here, your spine would be pushed in a little bit more, and your shoulders would be sticking out, and your the shoulder blades, and then the shoulders would be pushed back just a bit. And we'll get to that in 1 second. So that's what I'm looking at. So we're trying to define where our spine and our shoulders would meet. So we just have this little bit of roundness right here. And what I like to do when building this is take the dam standard or a simple cut brush and actually just kind of create a line where the spine should be. Soften that up a little bit. Keep that right in the center. And this will kind of help me start understanding where the rest of the body would be. Does this make sense so far? By the way, Zygo is a really good reference, so I'm glad you're using that. Yes, okay, great. Perfect. Now what I like to do in this point is define where the shoulders are. Now, men usually have broader shoulders than women. So, hey, Bifa3D, thank you so much. So shoulders for men are usually wider than women. In a lot of instances, you usually see big, burly dudes and then slim women. But a lot of mistake that I see is a lot of people, men have more rounded next to shoulders where women are more flat. So depending on your character, depends on what you want to do. What I recommend doing is taking your rib cage, duplicating that, and using this to place your shoulders. So we're going to go ahead and copy it, and then we're going to go ahead and shrink this down. And wherever we want the shoulders, that's what we're going to be focused on next. Let's just go with a male character. Now, because I copied the rib cage, you see how the line, how we have this right here, where it's flat? What I like to do is actually rotate that around 45 degrees. Pardon me. And this already kind of shapes your deltoid a little bit. Your deltoid kind of comes to that point naturally as well, because your deltoid has 3 muscle heads. So we're going to actually kind of use this as a guide. And we want to push this, what I would say, almost level. Oops. What I would say is almost level to that tip, if you're going to go with a female character, or slightly lower for a male character. Let's go slightly lower. And get this separated. Now, I'm not sure how you can do it in Blender, but what we can do is once you get it positioned where you want, you can just kind of mirror that over. I'm sure there's a mirror option there. And then what we want to do is push this back so that the center of the shoulders align with where the neck should be. So again, if we look at just the alignment of the center of the shoulders to about where the neck would be, that's usually pretty straight across. Cool. So once you mirror that over, then what we're going to do is take the rib cage, take our move brush. Yeah, mirror modifier in Blender, very easy. Perfect, cool. Then you take your move brush, and now you could start just kind of bringing out that rib cage to meet where the shoulders would be. And this is where your knowledge of anatomy needs to come into play. So we could take, what I like to do is take the damn standard, and I like to draw certain shapes. First thing I like to draw is the center line. And now the chest is 3/4 of, I'm sorry, not 3/4. Your chest is 1/3 of your whole body. So if you break your chest up into thirds, you would have your pecs come down to about here. And then in the middle section, you would have your ribs and the starting of your abs. And then that lower section would be where your hips and your legs start. So you just kind of eyeball where that would be and create some lines to get the sense of where those pecs would be. And that goes for male and female. The only difference between a male and a female character are the bones and fatty tissue. The muscles are pretty much the same, so you don't have to worry about, some of the underlining muscles that you're never going to see. Those don't matter. What matters is just the placement. So we're going to go ahead and just kind of sketch that out just a little bit. Soften that up. Doesn't have to be exact because you're going to sculpt over that. But what this will do is allow you to set up your deltoids a little bit better. So we can bring in the shoulders, and then we can actually come here. The muscles of the pec stretches across into the lower part of the deltoid. So we can actually assume that this line right here would be where this would meet with the pec, because the muscles of the pec kind of cross like this. It has that little Black Widow shape. That's because they fold up, they expand up, and when they come down, they cross over. Hey, Ian, how are you? Hey, Matthew, how you doing, buddy? Anatomy lessons, cool, yeah. I was using the head to size. You were using the head so that you could size? That's okay, too. I like to build the body and then adjust proportionally once I get the body relatively built. And for me, it's easier to start with the trunk. You could start with the head, and then you can break down head sizes, because then you can actually see clear spots. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good approach too. This is just kind of like over time where I've figured out certain aspects. Because you can always adjust the head to a body size that you build, and then you can correct your proportions. And that's a big misconception a lot of people have when it comes to building the anatomy. You want the overall proportions to be correct, and practice and time is going to help you get there. But don't be so fixated on getting the proportions correct out the gate. Correct them once the primitive shapes are built. But if we're just building a torso and we don't have a head, let's just say, for instance, you're doing a male study, then you can't rely on the head for the shape unless you're planning on building the head and then deleting it afterwards, which is fine. That just sounds like a little bit more work. So you can actually come in here and actually just separate the body as needed. But that's a great way to do it too. There's nothing wrong with that. So, not knocking it. Because everything is correct. Men are typically about 7.5 heads tall. Women are typically about 6.5, generically, depending on the figure. So, anyway, so back to the chest real quick. Is that so? The pecs and the deltoids they meet up together. So that's what we want to make sure that we at least have that pretty close, and we do here. We can actually come in here and round this out a little bit. Now, we're not going to get to the arms this time because we're just talking about the trunk. And your arms are doing pretty well. But one thing I will say with arms is think of arms like a chain link. And so if we were to build the biceps from our deltoid, go ahead and copy this. And then what you want to do is actually make sure that the arms get tucked in a little bit. And this actually gets pushed in and squeezed up a little bit. And you can already see how just reusing some of the stuff you built slowly, I already have a bicep tricep shape that I can work with. And I didn't do anything else. But we're just making sure that the bicep does get tucked underneath where the deltoid meets. This pulls in right here. The bicep tricep gets pulled in right there. And don't forget too, the bicep means 2. So there are 2 heads. You have a big head and a short head. I believe the big head is on the outside, or on the inside, and the short head is on the outside. But you can get to that a little bit more later. Okay. So now you have your basic shape here. What we want to do is actually start kind of merging some of this together so that we can work at it as a whole. So we're going to go ahead and move this lower part up. And let's bring these two together. So I'm just going to merge down. And if you're in ZBrush, you can go ahead and Dynamesh that if you would like. Now, with the abs, what we want to do is notice that the abs taper in a little bit. So you have your chest that it's not straight down, it actually comes out, and you're right where your sternum is and the starting of your abs, right where your top ribs are, just before the sternum, that's actually, it starts tapering back in a little bit. There's a little bit of a muscle flare out, but then it starts cutting back in because your waist is being pulled in by muscles on the outside. I won't forget about it. I want to cover the lesson first. So, looking at how the actual muscle fibers of the side, of your side abs work, your waist, they go across, they start from the spine and they wrap around. So we want to manipulate that. We want to have that same idea here. So we'll just kind of flare the chest out a bit. And then we'll bring this down and then we'll start pushing this back in. So we're getting this shape right here. And we can actually smooth that down a little bit if we'd like. And then let's take the damn standard brush or your generic cut brush. Let's continue that spine all the way down. And then what I like to do is kind of make little references of how the muscles flare out, which they flare out like this. So come straight down. And then these actually come across like this. That's the direction that they go. So what I like to do is make some of these little notations, and then I like to just kind of refine them. That way it helps me visually with everything. And as you can see here, you know, we have a little bit of fixing to do, so I can actually bring this up a little bit. Smooth some of this down. Now, depending on whether or not your character has a long torso or a short torso, that's up to you. Again, we can fix proportions later. This does feel a little long, so we can bring it up. And one of the things I like to do is actually kind of taper. Once I get it built, I like to kind of taper where the butt's going to be. So I like to actually have this angle right here, kind of pointing down at almost a 45. And you can use stuff like in Zbrush, like the clip curve, to come in and actually trim some of that down. The reason why is because once we get that shape in there, we can then go ahead and grab, let's insert, whoops, not paste, wrong one. Let's insert something like a sphere. And this is where we could start bringing in the butt, which helps us also correct the back a little bit. And now it's not truly round, so we'll just squeeze that sphere in a little bit. And so now what we're looking at is, again, from the spine and shoulder blades to the front, we're looking at having a nice curvy shape. You need ZBrush? Maybe, I don't know. I've never done it. I'm sure you could, but I mean, you know, I always recommend that you build your own stuff anyway. It's just it helps you learn. And base meshes are cool, and you can definitely do something. I'm sure there's something like that you could do, but yeah. So now what we could start doing is actually kind of pulling out his rear and create the temporary growing area. And then you can push up a little bit, start creating where his hips should be. And at this point, what I do recommend doing, and I'm sure you can do it in Blender, like I'm almost positive you can get a Ecrochet model and then with a skeleton, and you can bring that skeleton in and use it for reference so that you know exactly where the bone placements are. Why do I do that at a 45-degree angle for the abs, back towards the back? Okay, so I do that, if I hide this real quick, let's go to this guy right here. So the way the muscles form in the back, how you have your spine here, and then you also have your lat muscles that come in. Well, your butt you kind of create a little shelf where your butt would be. And so I create this angle here, so then I have a general idea of where the spine would flare out. And the front meets actually to where your growing would be, and then the back of the spine meets to where your butt would be. So that just helps me visually create a spot to put a sphere and then start creating this little bit of a flare out, which your body naturally has, because your lower back would be kind of flat and then your upper back kind of goes out a little bit and then kicks back in. So that just helps me visually set that up. It's just a little reference guide that helps me. So it's where the spine changes direction. Correct, yes. So yeah, so your spine would come here, they come down, and then come back. You have a little tailbone right here, so that's basically the shape you're looking for. Yep. Okay. Cool, yeah. No problem. All right, so, and then from there, you just start redefining at this point. I need to sleep now. At this point, you have the generic shape to keep going. Now, the arms here are a little tiny, so we can actually come here and kind of, you know, we can end up flaring out his arms a little bit, now adjusting proportions, etc., etc. And so you just keep building. What I recommend doing is actually keep building the whole body and then create that base mesh, but just look at the plane changes within the body. The chest comes out and then almost drops down and kicks back in a little bit, where the shoulder blades here, because again, like I said, the spine is a little bit more tucked in and it's protected by the muscles. And so you have some muscles that come through here this way. You have your, I don't know the professional names, but you have your your neck muscles that come up here. You have these muscles that come across here. You have your lats that come across. Those wrap around, but that also comes in and tucks in this spot here, creating an armpit. So you would want to come in and start defining a lot of these shapes. And just once you get the primitives blocked out, you can then at that point start seeing how each muscle connects and just pull it in and keep making and refining those shapes. Don't be afraid to go a little bit bigger and smooth it out too. Because remember, when we're sculpting, we're trying to get the shape correct, but we're not sculpting every muscle. There's no need to do that unless you are building an écrochet, which most artists don't do. So hopefully that's helpful. Hopefully that helps you understand the basic idea. And then also too, note that the body, it wraps around. If we take a paintbrush real quick, let's actually go ahead and note that the body wraps around. And there's a lot of direction in how the body wraps. But the idea is that it is wrapping around, so you don't want it so square. You do want a little bit of a roundness to it. And that's what makes it so hard to get the initial anatomy blocked out, is because there's so much going on and it's so soft and so round, it's hard to see depth. So if you just kind of understand how the muscles form and notice, like, you know, how the striations of the muscles, where they point, how they go, all of that's going to help you get the direction and the plane change a little bit better. Very helpful. Damn, squishy humans. Exactly, right? So, awesome. I'm glad that was helpful. This will be up on my, I can actually, you know what I'll do? I think I'll clip this from YouTube and maybe make a little tutorial for you guys, just based on that. That way you can refer back to this. But yeah, that would be what I recommend. Now let's go ahead and do our battle, and let's get to it. Where we got? What we got? We got Stream Raiders. Let's do it. Yeah, no problem, man. You guys can hear that music, hopefully. All right, what we got? J. Crew, Luxabound, nice. Luxabound, Luxabound. All right, easy peasy lemon squeezy, we did it. All right, card 84 coming in with your rewards. Look at you. Look at you. All right, we're going to go up because there's blue chest here at least. And what'd you recommend I drop, brother? Centurion. Where was he? All these, I don't know half of my stuff. There he is. There we go. All right. Whoop. Nice, nice. All right, so let's go back to our VDM brush, which we got right here. So again, we have our kind of deformation lines that we would use. This would be used for like where your necks are, with your any place that bends. That's where it would be. My patience was rewarded. Hell yeah, it was. And then we have a little bit of softer skin, nothing too crazy detailed, and then we have a little bit more roughed skin. So basic VDM brushes for our texture, and for him, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and let's get that brush. Actually, it's up here. Okay. And we have our kind of rough skin. And we're gonna put that more towards his back. Something like that. Now we have to also see where everything is going to be shown. So we don't want to spend time texturing things that don't matter, but there is a good chunk of his back that is actually showing. So we're just going to go ahead and use these brushes to then detail And what's cool about a VDM is you can overlap and you can just kind of pull them out. And they work better than any alpha brush. Go. And some areas do get softer, so what we'll do is we'll hold shift and let's grab our smooth peaks. That way we can smooth some of this down so that it's not just something that got slapped on top. And this will kind of help bring a little bit of that realism together. There we go. All right. Like I said here, you can hit 1 on the keyboard if you're in ZBrush to repeat a stroke if you think it needs to be a little bit more defined. But I would say rough skin is where there would be a lot of contact, a lot of action, and he's a fighter, so he's probably used to falling on his back a lot. If you ever taken martial arts, you probably have done a lot of backfall practices, so kind of come in here and get some of that texture where you think there might be rough skin. I also just look in the mirror too. Go. And then let's take a little bit of more softer skin. And you can combine the two as well. You don't have to just do one or the other. Let's go ahead and just bring some of this up. Smooth that down a little bit. Here we go. Just kind of drag this all out. There we go. This way, this kind of gives us just a little bit of porous look. Here we go. Go. And I would say to vary the size as well is going to be helpful to kind of sell the texture. You know, you don't want it all like super huge, and you also don't want it really tiny where you can't see it, because with 3D printing, a lot of this stuff is going to disappear. So we want to exaggerate the texture in the right locations. And if you can't see, grab the section you're working on. There we go. Smooth some of that down. There we go. There we go. And you can also hold Alt down to get a different look as well. There we go. And if you really want to get crazy, you can kind of study skin texture and the grains, and just kind of see where how that actually travels. So if you really want to get nuts with it, you can. But because it's going to be so small, I don't think it's a big deal. As long as it looks correct, we can shade it a little bit. I'm just kind of placing and smoothing. smooth peaks. Go. And then stuff like this too, we can actually come in here. His arms up a little bit, so we can move his arms just a bit more. Go. Biceps get a little bit of a pump right there. Kind of curl up a little bit. Becomes like a little space between your bicep and the crease of your arm. So let's correct that a little bit. Make that a little bit more realistic. There we go. Bring that up, and then we can bring this down. What channel on your Discord is more suitable for work in progress? I would say, you know, just throw it in artwork. I'm not really strict with my Discord. You know, if it's art or yeah, just, you know, wherever, man. I'm not super strict with my Discord. Throw it in artwork if it's art related, if it's work in progress with 3D printer stuff. You could throw it in art sketches if you want to, because it's technically a sketch. You're not finished with it. Yeah, it doesn't bother me. We've held full conversations in poster stream. I'm not a stickler. It doesn't bother me. If you want my feedback on it, just tag me, and then whenever I get a chance, I'll pop in and take a look. But yeah, I'm not crazy about it. Really, the Discord kind of lives and breathes on its own. People just come in and have a good time and chat with each other, and that's really all I wanted. So yeah, you don't have to get super crazy. So don't worry. Wherever you think is best. There you go. Slight smoothing. Now you might see some funkiness happening right here, but there is a brick that I'm actually attaching to his hand that will get printed with his hand. So there's a little bit of funkiness there, and that's okay because I'm gonna finish deforming his arm around that brick. Yeah, perfect. Sounds good. Yeah, we're not crazy over my Discord. Just a place to hang out. There we go. Now see, what we do here is we take this deformation line right here, we actually bring this out here. So you see these lines now. This is where this would all kind of come in. And so we would end up placing those there because that's where that bends. So that's where that gets a lot of that movement. Could even be said to have a little bit up here, but it wouldn't be as defined. Might be a little bit there. So these lines here is where we'd end up placing a good chunk of that stuff. There you go. And then soften that back down a little bit. So that way those lines make sense. Yes, Turbo, I will be, yep. When are you free? That's a good question, man. Hey, what's going on, Turbo? Yeah, I'm getting busier and busier by the moment. It's amazingly great, and also like it's new stresses that I'm trying to juggle, you know, with being a father as well as building my career and then trying to navigate pandemic stuff. Yeah, it's so much has happened. So I guess that's a good question. I don't know when I'm free, man. Usually weekends are pretty good, but when I get a second, I just have my phone on me at all times, and I'm like, ooh, somebody tagged me. All the success for me. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah. I actually I meant to be in the Q&A because I sent Shane something, but then I forgot about it because I've just been busy. So I was bummed to not be there, but I ended up getting a chance to talk to him a little bit more, and he kind of told me what his advice was for me on the critique side. But I told him I'm going to send him something else, and then I'll end up showing up to that. It's crazy, man. It's all crazy, but in a good way. There we go. And then we'll take those deformation lines right here too, and your elbow gets them. Your elbow actually gets them a lot. even on the fingers too. So you can really go nuts here on the elbow with some of these, and then kind of taper back where you think it's too much. But yeah, the elbow gets them a lot too, because again, it all bends there. So wherever a joint is that it bends, that's where you get those lines. He still did show it off at the end. Really cool stuff. Thanks so much. Oh, the Q&A was packed. Nice. Yeah, thank you, Matthew. Thank you. Don't do impossible. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying not to, no. No. It's actually really good because, I mean, worst case scenario, the unfortunate part, right? The worst case scenario is that I have to free up time and it will just be adjusting my stream schedule, my personal stream schedule. That's like worst case scenario. But because I'd still be streaming, you know, it's kind of making room for everything else. I'm hoping that my Pixelogic streams will be more on like Sunday night or something like that. So that way, you know, I don't have to adjust too much, but I just, I'm picking up some contract work and that's good. So now I'm getting busy there too. And depending on the projects I pick up might depend on if I still need to adjust the stream schedule. So it's more about like adjusting where I need to, more so than anything else. All right, so here we're going to go ahead and smooth down some of these lines here on his neck, but there's definitely lines there since you bend your head a lot. So we'll go ahead and smooth that down, and then we'll come over that with some softer skin because it is relatively soft. So we'll get the soft skin texture, and we'll kind of go over that. Yeah, I sent him my first model. He said it was good, but has some anatomy issues. Yeah, absolutely. I see that. I kind of scrubbed through there a little bit. It looked good, but yeah. And that takes time. I wouldn't, you know, don't fret yourself on the anatomy issues. Just like take in those corrections and try to make them, and then remember them for your next model. And over time, your anatomy will just get better and better. So, but it's good to send it in. I'm glad you sent it in because getting that feedback is only going to help you. I think I sent in my first 3 models when I first started the course and really wanted him to critique the crap out of it. And he did a good job. You know, obviously he did a good job, but he obviously came in to help critique, and that helped me, so then I knew what to expect next time. So, and it's okay to say, okay, what I recommend doing is always making the change that is given to you immediately, even if you already posted it and you're done with it. Just go back and make that change, and it helps you remember. That's one of my tips. Always make the change. There's too much expressions, good expressions in one word in Japanese. Yeah, that's the part I'm trying to get a little bit better at. Yeah. That's why I really just been, what I've been doing is starting working out again, and I've been stretching, and I'll sit in my stretch and I'll go over my Japanese app. It's gonna take me a while, I can already tell you, but I'm excited for the slow progress. I'm not trying to rush the language. It's not like I'm headed to Japan next week and need to know something. Although that would be really cool. That would be, that's goals one day. To be like, oh, I have to go to Japan on a business trip. Who knows, I'm sculpting more anime, so that might happen. Never know. I'm gonna put it out there, see what happens. Alright. Okay, cool. We're gonna end up exaggerating some of these muscles now. So let's actually take our standard brush, and we're just gonna go ahead and add in some of these lines that are needed. And we're not making him super ripped. We're kind of keeping him a little bit relaxed, but he still needs that muscle definition, so. And there is a little bit of detail right there. I also have an anatomy chart I stare at on a regular basis. just above my... So if you ever see me looking off this way, that's what I'm looking at. Don't know if I asked, but do you watch JoJo? I haven't watched JoJo. Only bits and pieces. I haven't watched the whole show. Quick lesson. Muri is impossible. Suru is do, and na is like don't. Oh! Suru. Suru. Nah. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need help with that. That's why I'm going over the vowels, because it's like breaking it down, but... Or going over the sounds. But okay, thank you so much for that. That's awesome. We got to sit down soon. We'll make time to sit down soon. I'm usually available on a weekend, even if it's for like 20 minutes, but that would be great. Let's do it. I'm super happy about it. All right. Now if we take a look from afar, but look at all this detailing and you have the skin coming through. What we will want to do, if we want this texture showing up in the print, we'll end up exaggerating it even more so it's going to look ridiculous at first, but then when it prints, we'll lose a lot of that information and it'll kind of level out. But you can kind of already see here how that's showing up. And then we just come in and we make slight little changes to enhanced, or remove some of the stuff that doesn't make sense. But I want to watch JoJo. I heard it's like weird in a good way. I guess that could be said for anything. All right. There we go. Now I'm just kind of redefining some of these connection points. So you want that kind of smooth transition, but you also want the definition of that muscle to be in there. So it helps to kind of come in a little bit and emphasize it with sharp lines. Kind of fade that out a little bit. Go. Like I said, the bicep has two heads, and it's on the inside where the short head is. Yes, okay. Not the ass, so I had it backwards. So there's a short head right here. So you can actually get a line happening right in here. Actually, it's a little much. It's going to be very faint. But then we can actually take the standard brush and kind of push this part in a little bit, which will redefine that. There we go. And then we can come back over that spot just a bit. Smooth that back down. Well, hello there. Hello, Wandering. What's happening? But for me, the part of Jotaro is too long. Which part? What is Jotaro? I see what you're doing here, and I appreciate it. Hold on. I want to try something. What? Oh, okay, maybe. Oh, JoJo. Oh. I'm like, what part are we talking about? Jotaro is the name. Oh, well, that name means woman Taro. That makes sense. So does Jo refer to, like, setting a gender? Okay. Let's go to his hands, so we can actually get some of that information on his hands, too. Taro's name is with other kanji. Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know. So, Wandering Buddy, how are you doing, my friend? I'm gonna set some skin, some just basic skin texturing here on his hands. Again, just using a lot of the brushes the way they are. We can even just isolate his hand. Something like that. Oh my gosh. There, grab it. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, it's good to see you, man. I know I haven't been in your stream in a while. Yeah, life's been crazy. Really going out with the sculpt? Yeah, oh yeah. That's what I do, man. That's what I do now. I just go all out with everything. Got to. Got to. Yeah, I really just want the pieces to be really, really something else. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to increase its resolution so we can get a little bit more detail in pieces like this. So that's the thing too. Can't use Sculptress Pro with VDM brushes, so you kind of have to be a little bit aware of some of those. You gotta only up it when you need to. But if you want a lot of detail, you're gonna have to kick it up at some point. Is Kujo Jotaro. This is Kujo Kotaro. Okay, sweet. It's good to know. All right. Let's get some of these lines in there. There we go. Really just getting the crux of it. Go. What are you working on right now, Wandering? What's your current project? I saw you post something the other day, but just been a busy dude. All right, we definitely need to fix some of what's happening here. There we go. Okay. Okay, I definitely need to fix his hands a little bit. His hands got muddled. Partly because, you know, I haven't paid attention to him. Alright, not smooth alt. Let's just do smooth. Let's do trim dynamic as well. There we go. Smooth that down a little bit. Let's actually turn on... No, that should be fine. Changed my mind. There we go. All right. Let's look at the piece as a whole again. And let's start detailing her a bit. Ooh, I noticed this right here. Sometimes when you're detailing, what you want to pay attention to is when you start pulling out some information like this. So let's push that back in. Even though it'll be merged, we don't want the skin coming through. So I'll end up pushing that just back in, like such. And then we could pick this piece right here. Whoops, go back. Don't do that. There we go. Push that down. There we go. Okay, so now for this brick, we want to rearrange this brick. So let's actually grab the select. Let's grab that guy right there. let's actually manipulate this the way we want. So hit Y on the keyboard, touch right here. So kind of reset up the position of the gizmo. And we want the brick to stand on its own because it's going to be merged with his hands. That's how we're going to print it. Or we'll end up making it a separate key piece. Depends on how many pieces I want this to be. It's going to be pretty big, so I may chop it up into a lot of little pieces. There we go. Yeah, okay. I think that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and save it. It's been a while. Been a while. All right. All right, let's start detailing some of her skin texture. And it's the same process at this point. So for her, we're really going to click the soft skin and turn on, because she's mostly symmetrical, just going to go ahead and turn on symmetry. And let's turn this down a little bit. And we'll just try to keep it relatively even as we come through. And we can soften up some spots. Let's go back to smooth peaks. If you're not sure what smooth peaks does, it basically takes the highs and the lows and tries to level them out while still retaining some of the peaks and valleys. So that's why you use it a lot for skin texturing. We need to fix our belly button here in a minute. Let's actually do that now. We're going to turn off symmetry for that. Let's make sure we get the right spot for it. Go. Belly buttons have this nice little kind of crevice happening here. And we can take the H polish and kind of tone down some of these highlights. Let's back up. Let's turn this back on. Does that make sense? It's all the things you want to worry about. Sure all that gets clicked in there. There we go. See that texture, it just helps just helps kind of sell the effect a bit. Do we have a different I wish we could have a better, let's see here. Skin Shade 4 is nice, but I feel like sometimes it's too bright. Yeah. Let's grab, no, not red. Let's grab, yeah, let's go back to it, that's fine. What we're gonna do is go to render, preview AO, turn on occlusion, and turn that down to like 20. This will help us see a little bit of the peaks and valleys. All right, stream radar time. Let's do it. All right. And what I'll do too is I'm probably going to be setting up brushes I make and either posting them in Patreon or posting them on my art station if people are looking for skin texture brushes or anything I could create. Let me know if you guys are interested in that. They would be really affordable, $1 or $2. Woo! Get it, get it, get it! That J. Crew just assisting. I'm not getting any assist. Alright. And we got J. Crew and Carter! Here you go, guys. All right, here we go. Blue chest. All right, let's do it. Uh-oh, Zbrush is saving. All right. Go back. Now, the other thing to remember when you make your own VDM brushes is that you have to use the chisel, the chisel 3D brush to then save it out as a VDM. But don't overwrite that brush. Just save it out separately. Then you can load it each time. So it's just something to remember. Go ahead and just add a little bit of this stuff here. Now these are knees, so we can add our deformation lines just above and below where everything bends. There we go. Kind of smooth that out a little bit. Got all that there. There we go. Get all of that back. All right. And with her, I'm just being a little bit looser with the texture because we're going to soften a lot of it out. So going a little bit bolder, but then I'm going to use smooth peaks and do a pretty decent smooth. So it'd be ever so light. Now there's a good chunk of this that won't be seen, so we're not going to go too crazy. Just enough. Back that up, that was a little too big. There we go. I'll start softening a lot of this down. And then what we could do is, if we think this is a little too much, taking a look at some of those legs, we can go ahead, come back to like here, hit Control, and hit that timeline on the history. Come all the way forward, and then we can use our history recall brush. Turn that down. And we can go back over. It's kind of like a morph target. But if you forget to set a morph target and you don't want to redo everything you just did, so where that history recall brush will come in real handy. There we go. There we go. Our Sculpts found this website. You might be interested. Twitch Clips Dev. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll definitely take a look at this. Nice. This is really... Okay, cool. Thank you for that. I'll take a look at that. That's really neat. You can kind of just go through and find clips. Nice. Yeah, Brandon, that's awesome. Thank you so much. There we go. kind of smooth that down a little bit. In some areas we really want to just make sure they're nice and smooth. So we're just really looking for just some of that texture. And that's only if you want to do this. You really don't have to. It depends on how far you want to push your piece. And then we can take the normal smooth brush. And we can actually tone that down just a little bit. There's some areas that are just way too high. Even with smooth peaks, so we can hit that like that. There we go. Yeah, that's really cool. Is there like I'll have to go in there and play with it, but is it the idea of like just being able to find clips as quickly as possible, or maybe or is it more like creating? Either way, that's pretty awesome. There we go. All right, let's go back and let's actually create a little bit more soft skin right in this area. Go. Now the thing to remember with VDMs is that they do kind of help create geometry as well. So you are adding, so you want to make sure you don't push it too far, unless you absolutely need to. There we go. I want just kind of more of like a ripply surface with her. Let's actually take the H polish, trim down some areas that are just a little too much. Go. And see, we added geometry here, so we want to make sure we push that back in. You can actually take the standard brush too and add some squish. So you can actually come in here, add a little bit of tension, push that back. She got cut there to the no bueno. I have to go. Thank you for your help. Of course, no problem. Take it easy. And like I said, I'll probably turn around and actually make a little video or something about that, just so you have something to refer to. Make it a clip. There we go. There we go. Let's go ahead and kind of push that back down. Same here, just kind of push that in a little bit. There we go. Okay, there we go. What? No, not right now. That's not because we're going to sleep. So not right now. Not right now. Okay. All right. There we go. There we go. We'll start smoothing some of that down again. Hit it a little harder. I want just light texture at this point. I said I don't want it too crazy. I don't want it to seem like there's something weird going on with her. Does she have acne? What's happening? We don't want that. So we'll do super light. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and actually kind of detail her a bit on the paint side. So when I paint, I turn off occlusion. And then we're going to go to masking, which is right down here. And then we're going to mask by cavity. We're going to invert that. Then we're going to soften that a bit. Then we're going to hide it by clicking View Mask. So it's still masked, but now we're going to grab a paintbrush, copy the skin twice so we have a base skin, and then now we're going to go ahead and get something a little bit darker. RGB, we'll tone that down. Now we're going to start painting certain areas. Give it a little bit of a shadow effect. And then we'll make sure we turn on smooth and smooth RGB. You don't want weird shadows like that, so let's back that up a little bit. But we want shadows in areas that make sense. Her hands and stuff. Man, I seen that wound on her chest makes my chest hurt. I know, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, she got messed up for sure. What's crazy is as I was building it, I was like, man, he only hit her on her right side of her body, on her arms, on her abs, like on her ribs, on her chest, on her face. As I was going through building it, I was like, wow, they really just drew it all on one side. I wonder if that was just more like for camera angles, or I wonder if that was intentional. Or if the artist is just like, meh, one side. But yeah, had to make it deep. There we go. So you can see here with the spine, as we covered anatomy earlier, you can see how the scapula or the shoulder blades are pushing back as her arms are arching and her spine would be inwards. Really exaggerating that pull. Oh, a little too much. There we go. Now we'll swap paint a little bit and we'll dial this back in areas that don't make sense. Kind of blending it back into itself a little bit. Because right now it looks kind of dirty. And that's not what we're going for. We're going for like just a light shadow work. Just enough to detail it. And then we can go ahead and actually, here's our mask. We can actually clear that mask. Now we can work back and forth a little bit in some other areas. Shadows usually have a nice fall off, so we can kind of go back over and blend and push these colors. If you just hold Alt, that'll actually also help. By grabbing the secondary color. There you go. And then smoothing some of that color together. Just keeping in mind on what will be seen and what won't be seen. So, not going to spend all day in areas that don't make sense. Go. Skin's coming through our bra, so let's push that back. Just a little bit. There we go. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Smooth some of that out. Create a little bit of a shadow underneath her chin. And then some highlights. for highlights, we can actually switch color. We can grab this, make it a little brighter. Nice. I have an email I saw. Hold on 1 second. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Get all sorts of craziness now. Alright. Ooh, broke this anatomy a little bit right here. So let's actually take smooth, let's turn off color, let's turn on add. Let's actually fix that part right there. It's kind of dynameshed a little bit. Let's actually increase the smoothness. See if we can actually fix that with a little bit of clay buildup and smoothing. Ah, yes. So the poly paint serves as two purposes. One, I see better with color. So yeah, it's partly for visual only. I would say primarily with rendering, because I like to render my stuff. Even though it's going to be for 3D printing, I want to showcase it. And also with poly paint, you can, if let's say you're working with a client who wants to paint it themselves, you can actually collect RBG values or hex values or CMYK values from Zbrush by coming up to Z plugin, Z color, and then you can actually come in here and grab a spot and say, oh, I used, for example, we get this guy right here. Oh, this color has this RGB value or this hexadecimal value. So you can actually isolate, and there are plenty of cases where you can paint something digitally for your clients or for whoever you're working with, and then they can use those values to get close. So it could be used as a sample as well. But also, like I said, I like to render. And then finally, it really helps me see the piece come to life a little bit. Whereas I see the skin tone with her, it kind of confirms that things are working. So for me, I like to see all the colors come into play. It just helps me see if things are off. Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, there's a lot you could do. Plus, I mean, you're here, might as well make the piece look awesome. Painting helps with that. But you're right, I mean, I could spend... I mean, you know, I've done this before. I'll show you one of my favorite materials that I got for free. You get it for free. It's at Pixelogic Materials. You can download it. I go to Documents. I have ZBrush Materials. I have this kind of meh dirty blue. And if we just have the color like such, and then really kick it up to white. I like this a lot. I don't know. This is kind of cool and appealing. It really helps show up detail, especially if you come here and turn on occlusion. So you could just look at it like this, but it helps me get to there by looking at the poly paint. No glasses today? Yeah. Yeah, it's funny actually. Some days are good, some days are bad. My glasses aren't for my glasses help relax my eyes. They're not for like I don't need them. But when my eyes get tired, or I don't get enough sleep, or I'm super focused in on something, then yeah, the glasses help. So yeah, so you could just work with that material, but for me, I like dealing with the colors. It just helps me see everything. Where did my skin shade go? Did I write over that? That'd be so funny if I did. It's not plastic. Where is it? No, I didn't write over it. Where's my skin shade? Oh well, doesn't matter. Bloop. There you go. I think I heard you answer. Hey, what's going on, Domar? I think I heard you answer this before, but I can't remember. I know you rendered your sculpt off pieces in ZBrush. Do you render these in ZBrush too? Sometimes I'll render in ZBrush, but if I am using it for portfolio piece, I was rendering in Blender, but I'm now starting to render in Marmoset Toolbag 4. Where the sculpture Szechuan at? Wait, which one? The sculptured Szechuan at? Which one are you referring to? I've done a lot of things. Asking because my eyes ache when I decide to use a computer without them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, after a while, like if I start really squinting, I put them on. Oh, so, so yeah. So, yeah. Hopefully that answers the poly paint question. Actually, the soft plastic's pretty cool. This is looking more like toy. It's looking like a giant toy. Save. I think I'll keep it. I don't think I use this enough. I'm nearly legally blind without my glasses. If I'm ever not wearing them, there's a problem. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good to know. If I ever see you without your glasses, I'll be like, Kamara, I don't know what you're doing. Do the cool materials come with ZBrush? I missed where you got them from. Yeah, you can go to check this out. You can just come up here and in Google just type Pixel Logic materials, and under Resource Center, they have a bunch of stuff that you can come in and actually download this stuff. And if you're like, oh, I really like this material, you can select it, and then you can go ahead and just click this little download icon, and you're good to go. I don't even think you need to create an account. So if you're looking for cool materials, there you go. Such a cool guy. I try. Absolutely, thanks. Yeah. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, and they have like all sorts of cool stuff: skin, metal, like skin tones, and some of these come with actual textures on them. But these materials are matte cap, and matte cap materials have light baked into them, so you can't manipulate the light. But that's okay, because you're able to, again, just kind of see how it looks, and it gives you natural highlights and stuff, good depth. I just like this one. This one's pretty cool. I use this one a lot when I sculpt miniatures. I've done a few miniature projects, and that one came out pretty well. Soft plastic. I think soft plastic was really cool. I don't have one. I'm not affiliate. I used to be affiliate, but I backed out of the program just because it didn't work for me. But that is it. OnlyFans. No. Yeah, OnlyFans is where we sculpt nothing but nudes. All right. Okay, let's take a look at everything as a whole. We're going to be taking a break here in the next couple minutes. In the next 7 minutes, we're going to take a lunch break so I can eat something. I also have a couple emails to answer that are coming through. That's starting to happen. It's pretty cool. And then we'll come back. What's up, Snickles? Yeah. OnlyFans, don't. That would, yeah, not happening. No way. In my career before I started, it seems to be a thing. People create OnlyFans and then boom. All right. No career. All right. Let's go ahead and actually go back to mask cavity for a second. I'm gonna go masking, mask cavity, kind of soften that a little bit. And then let's come in here and just paint. Let's try it one more time. Sometimes if you soften too much one way, it's going to give you problems. So, but we want to make sure we get some of that paint in the hands to show that depth. Also, too, that's the other thing when it comes to with poly painting, is that with the mask feature, when you kind of isolate, pardon me, it really does kind of help. It helps me see if it's proper depth or not. This material here, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to come here and smooth some of this up. This is a bit much. Okay. Let's actually go to smooth peaks. Kind of smooth some of those areas out. Yeah. Also, too, poly paint will just kind of help sell your model a little bit more. So don't be afraid to paint it. It's actually one of the very first tips I ever got when sculpting. Um, I got a chance to meet people who worked at Gentle Giants, and we were just out having fun, good time. Um, and one of the main sculptors there, she had told me, like, you know, this is like 3 years ago. She was like, hey, make sure you poly paint your pieces. They just usually help emphasize and sell your models a bit more. And I've been doing it ever since, so it's just been helpful. So I just want light texture on her. I literally, like, I'm pulling back a lot of this because I think it doesn't look as good as I wanted it to. And I really want it soft. I just want the hint of texture. I don't know. I think OnlyFans is probably a little less frowned upon in the art world. Not that I'm about to go make one either. Right, exactly. So I'm out for the day. It's been fun as always. The figure's looking awesome. I wish everyone an amazing day. Awesome, Martin. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. Take it easy. Have a good night. And I will see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how they, you know. I don't have time to put up an... It's all about timing for me. I don't have time to put up an OnlyFans. My life is just crazy. All right. All right, we're gonna take the H polish, and I'm just gonna kind of tone down some of these highlights or these sharp edges I'm noticing. And some of this too, you got to be careful that some of it might be the material that you're looking at. So don't just go don't just go polishing stuff without double checking. Like the basic gray material, I think that ends up working out really well to kind of make sure that you can see how things are going and lightly start smoothing things out as needed. We got a couple minutes and then we're gonna go on a little lunch break, guys. There we go. Oh. Go. What I'm gonna do is take the damn standard. I'm gonna really give it a soft brush, but we're gonna go turn up the lazy mouse. I just want to exaggerate some of these cheek lines right here. Smooth that back down a little bit. Let's actually take normal smooth. Kind of smooth some of that down just a bit. And then I'm going to take the inflate brush. I'll lightly go over, smooth and go over those areas. Just try to emphasize that just a bit more. Give her a little bit more definition. Take our underwear line, and then let's go ahead and I'm gonna push that up a bit. Now let's take the inflate brush. I'm gonna solo this out for just a second. Actually gonna go ahead and soften this. Give her a little bit more definition in there. See if that works. Okay. Let's actually come here to subtools. Let's turn off everything but Chun-Li so we can get a better idea. Turn that out a little bit. Just fixing this one little spot. There we go. Needs to look right. Go. All right. And what we could do is actually take the clay buildup, really make that soft. Come up here with alpha 6. And then give just a little bit more detail within these areas. The texturing sometimes implies not just the texture of the skin, but also just the shape of it. Sometimes you have to come in here and fix a little bit of it. So take a lower intensity and fill in some of the spots that seem to be a little warbly. Smooth that down. That back out. So yeah, just really pushing the shapes. Hitting that. Pushed in there a little bit. There we go. There we go. So anatomy is super important. There we go. Let's go ahead and pick our soft plastic. I thought that looked pretty cool. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do Stream Raiders, and then we're going to take a break because I'm hungry. But you guys can get an idea. Where she's at. There we go. Perfect. All right. That's where we're going to pause it. And let's go to Stream Raiders. And then lunch. Usually I just put an intermission break between 20 and 30 minutes. So let's go ahead and do this. All right. Start battle. Boom. Boom, boom. Oh, Matthew, cool. I did see what you're... All right, go, go, go. Nice, nice, nice. Very cool. All right, next Nox and Slowby Art. There you go, guys. There you go. All right, let's start the next one, and then we're gonna do a slow break. And then IO Matthew, I'll take a look at that, at the sketch that you popped in there. Actually looks pretty good. Small little changes I'd make, but it looks really good overall. I like it. There's our Dynamesh preview, the final form. Nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and pick this one. Start battle. And then let's take a quick lunch break, and then we'll be back. All right, guys. All right. No problem. Yeah, when I get back, I'll take a look at your model. All right, let's do it. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. What's happening, guys? What's happening? All right. We have stream raiders to go, but IO Matthew, are you still here, buddy? Did you want me to take a look at that that sculpt? Give you some pointers. Let me know if you're still here. Nice, nice, nice. Let's look at stream raiders for a second. What are my stuff to do today? What are my quests? Let's see. I don't even know half the time. Oh, I still have to place 5 orc slayers. Which is okay, okay. Get a unit to 20. Still trying, man. I'm trying. Get 5 assists with armored units. Alright. So still working on that. Alright. We got let's see here. Much more time? We have a minute left. I say let's just start it. Death has only put down 1 unit? Only 1 unit? And no units. Oh no. Iche units. Alright. Oh, that's okay. We'll wait. We'll count it down. We'll do stream raiders, and then we'll go back to sculpting. And yeah, you got 40 seconds.
I gotta log in.
Boop boop boo.
Oh.
All right, 9 seconds. Did you get it? Look at that. 1 unit. All right, here we go. Here we go. Starting battle. Officially back from lunch. All right. We could do this. We could do this. Come on, just murder this guy. Easy enough. Look at that. Got it. Arty with the 1 assist. J Crew coming in, murder people. That's all that matters. You just get 1 unit in the right place. You get all these assists. That's it. I'm just gonna murder everybody. Look at that. There we go. Oh, I might die. Oh crap. Ah, we lost. What is that stream raiders you play during your streams? Is it part of Twitch? It's yeah, yes and no. It's more of just a free game that I could play with people and have a good time with. It's just a little you could download it and then you can put units on there. It's just a way to connect. It's fun. People like it.
I love it.
So I feel like it's going to be one of those things. The game will be hot for a while, and then it'll eventually do what it does, and die down. Welcome back. Hey, IO Matthew. You want me to take a look at that piece? All right, we're gonna put that there. All right. All right. So, do you have a reference, Matthew, with the piece that you're sculpting? This is a good start. This is a really good start. There's some things here that just really just need to be corrected a little bit, but this is a good start. Good blackout. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and kind of save image as. Just gonna that down there. Open it up in Photoshop for a second. Let's see, Photoshop. Okay. And we don't need this one anymore. So nope. Cool, cool, cool. There we go. I'll just throw this in there like such. Okay. And then let's just look at some real quick reference. Okay. So there's a couple things that I just wanted to point out. It's a really great start, but I want to point out just a few things that I think will help sell it a little bit more. And I don't want to use a sculpt. I want to just kind of get something. Let's just use a, let's see, let's find a good reference here. Okay, let's see. Trying to think of a, actually, you know what? Where is it? Here we go. Okay, let's back this up. Let's just come up here. Okay. Okay, when looking at a female face, you want to keep it as soft as possible. And I wanted to kind of get a good reference here, because like I was saying earlier, when it comes to the human body, is that it's definitely very curvature and round. And so depth is very difficult to factor in sometimes. And so what we need to pay attention to are the highlights and the shadows of elements, especially on the face, because there are tons of plane changes. And so if you look real quick right here on this example, I don't want to tell who she is, sorry, for a couple reasons. That's fine. I'm just gonna kind of go over some basic tips that stand out. Do not worry. But just kind of look at how the shadows wrap around and pay attention to the plane changes. And what we have going on here is that there's some aging elements. So without saying who it is or who she is and stuff like that, there's just some aging elements that I think you should focus on, and that's right here. So what I would do is actually really soften this down. Follow this kind of contour line here a little bit. What I would do is actually in this area, I would soften this because it just looks super jowly. And it takes away from the appeal of the character or the person. And then it's hard to tell based on this. You looks like you have really good depth in the eye sockets. But on the side of the face, this will usually come here and then scoop down. So it'll kind of look like this. And then you'll have the nose right here. Don't mind my 2D art. Back it up, we'll draw a little bit better. So it'll have like bridge of the nose that will come down this way, and this will be the cheek, and then the eyes will be back in this area. So I would just soften this down, trim it down, and kind of make sure you have this really nice side profile. But really just tone this down. This is just a little bit too much. But without looking at the reference, it's hard to tell how much of that reference it is. But that's what I would recommend. Oh no, error, Photoshop, great. Okay, maybe it's the makeup that tricks me. Yeah, that could play a factor too. That's why it's important to just take a look at something with a little bit more of a simpler example. You're in Zbrush too, and what you can do is here in Zbrush, if you come under projects, I believe it's under projects. Where are you, projects? Right there. You have head planes that you can reference, and this gives you really good examples of plane changes within the face to kind of help lend towards that softness. So that's really what I would do. That's the main issue. This right here is just the main issue. This also ages people a little bit, so softening this up and rounding it more and just playing with a little bit of the highlights and shadows, that's going to make her look a little younger. And also here at the cheek, a straight jaw, a sharp jaw means young. A kind of bumpy jaw means old. So those are little things to kind of keep up with too. Just kind of, you know, tuck her chin in a little bit, unless she's an older character, of course. Nose looks pretty good. Lips are a little pinched, but it's hard to tell from the 3/4 angle. I would say maybe fill her lips up a little bit more, but proportionally, it's actually not too bad. See here, looking at, yeah, that's not too bad. Just a little bit of tweaking, and then again, too, I don't have the reference in front of me, so you know, I can't really critique on what I don't have something to compare to. But this stands out. Correct this, and you should be good to go. The forehead looks really nice. The eyes might be a little too shallow, but again, it's hard to tell with this area here. But on this side, it actually looks pretty good. So I would say, honestly, this is really good. This just needs refining. And then again, too, usually with human eye, if we look in for realism here, thing to remember, and let's go ahead and screen grab this for a second so I can draw over it. And this will also kind of help you too with looking for errors. But if we were to take a screenshot of this face real quick. No problem. We're going to take a screenshot of this face real quick. The thing you want to remember is that the lips from the entire width of the mouth goes, let's see right here, let's actually turn symmetry on. Where's my brush? Here we go. Go vertical. Okay. Perfect. Where's my brush? Hold on a second. Photoshop being weird. Okay, fine. Never mind. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Okay. So the thing we actually want to remember is that if we were to take a look at the width of the mouth. Oh, wow, that's really off. Never mind. Okay, if we were to look at the width of the mouth, just focus on this side right here. Wow. It's giving me issues. Okay. If we were to look at where the eye lines up with the mouth, you could see here that it's almost the center of the eye to the edge of the mouth. Almost. It's like just slightly tucked in. So from the center of the one eye to the other eye, this plane, keep that. The mouth shouldn't be any wider than the center of one eye to the other. If that makes sense. Let me start this over real quick. I'm getting errors on my Photoshop. Does not want to work with me. Does not want to work with me. And this is where the refining portion comes in when we're talking about anatomy. Okay, here we go. Get a little bit better. So from right here, you can actually see where the mouth lines up. And it's just at the start of the actual radius, or iris of the eye. So if we take a look at your model here, it just needs to be refined a little bit. It's hard to tell. It looks like it might be just a little shallow, or the lips are just a little too small. So kind of fill those out a little bit. Where you can see here, the lips are they're bold. Where here your lips are just a little too small. Now again, that could be referenced to the character. I don't know. So that's just something I would work on if, or at least to look at and check it out for yourself. And then, of course, proportionally to eyes, nose, and then typically at the start of the chin. These are all relatively the same height. From the start of the chin to the nose to the eyes, proportionally, that's all about the same. Most people are around there, depending on, you know, there's a long nose, short nose, etc. But for the most part, proportionally, that's what you'll be looking for as well. So just kind of collaborate that a little bit. And then, of course, to see where the ears are, how they're slightly lower than the eyes. That's something to note, too. That's how we're able to wear glasses. So those are just little things I look at. Everything else is looking really great. It's a good block out. And I would definitely say you just need some refining, a little bit of TLC, and you should be good to go. Okay, for the lips, I didn't want to have to have the... Oh, okay. I get you now. That's fine. You know, just try to get it as close to your reference as possible. But, like I said, the thing that stands out like a sore thumb is just that cheek. Correct that cheek and everything's going to start popping into place. And then two, just check proportion levels between eyes to the nose to the chin. You know, she might have kind of a small face. You actually may want to elongate this just a little bit. But outside of that, no, it's coming along really well. Just needs a little bit of cleanup. But I think you got it. So keep pushing. And if you ever want to just DM me directly the reference so that I can only look at it personally off stream and give you a little bit more, I could do that. That's fine. But that's only if you want to. No pressure. Hopefully this is helpful. Okay. All right, we're going to take the H polish now. We're going to start cleaning up the rest of what we got going on here. Just kind of soften this up a bit. Just a little too sharp. Sure, why not? Okay, cool. But no, I think it's coming along pretty well. Just keep pushing it. Okay. Now we're going to do is actually store a morph target, because I don't think I have one. So morph target, store a morph target. I like to do that when I'm doing with like using like a slash or chisel brush. I'm really going to soften this up and drop the intensity. And we're going to do some muscle defining. So let's go back to render, preview AO. We're actually going to kick that up a little bit. And what we're going to do is actually come through with a soft brush and actually define some of these muscles a bit more. And again, just looking at my reference, my muscle chart reference. And what we can do is we can use a morph target to then dial some of this back afterwards. But again, she's supposed to be pretty soft, so we don't want her too crazy muscular, but this is also Chun-Li we're talking about, so I'm going to put some of this anatomy back. Hey there! Hey, what's going on, Christopher? Do I make clothes in Zbrush? I do make clothes in Zbrush, yes. Yeah, I usually sculpt all my clothes. Okay. And a lot of times I'll use cloth dynamic as well as extract to basically mask off what the clothes should look like before refining them. Yeah, that's a nice sculpt. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's still pretty big work in progress right now. This will be for 3D printing, which is usually what I do most of my pieces towards. We're just coming in and texturing and defining at the moment. I'm going to turn lazy mouse up a little bit. You can find it under stroke, but I have it shortcutted right there. There we go. All right, so then instead of softening to try to get this dialed back, we're actually going to hit B for brush, M, and O for morph target. And what we could do is actually turn off color, dial this back. Now we can just soften that a little bit. That way we still get the effect of the brush, but we're just taking back some of that depth. There we go. Now we can soften that a bit. But a morph target remembers everything about the surface, so be careful what you smooth in the morph target. But it's definitely a way to go. Hey, thank you so much, Christopher. I appreciate it. So welcome in, buddy. Do you have any good advice regarding figuring out good poses? I do, actually. All of my poses, I cross-reference with a website that is not a sponsor, but I use Figurosity to figure out a good chunk of my of my posing. You can have a free account. You don't need to pay for anything. But you could come in here and actually reference some of the stuff. They do muscle, nude, and clothing. And then sometimes what I'll do as well is I will try to get into that pose as much as possible, or try to reference any type of bodybuilder or athlete that could put yourself in that pose or something similar to it, because then you can get a really good idea of how the muscles are. Also too, just study anatomy and understand how the muscles move, and you'll get a general idea of what stretches, what contracts, what compresses, and that should help you as well. Smokey, what's up, dude? Long time no see. Heyo. So yeah, for anatomy, study anatomy, look at references, figurosity, try to pose it yourself. So if you're, I was working on a client gig. They wanted a D&D figure, and they wanted a person like reaching for the sky with a staff. So I grabbed a broom and stuff and started posing, and had somebody help me take pictures. And then I kind of just looked at the best I could and then exaggerated it. Am I making money from commissions or work for a company? I contract as well as do commissions, private commissions. Yep. So, for example, Max, if you wanted to hire me, you would DM me. We'd talk about what it is you wanted, what kind of reference or concept art you had, and then I'd quote you. But right now, I'm actually contracted with a couple companies. NDAs prevent me from saying what, and but yeah, it's fun. You can make a living doing it, but it is a bit of a hustle. Indeed. Smokey says, kind of fixed my sleep schedule so I wasn't up for your time zone. Dude, that makes sense, man. Well, I'm glad you fixed your sleep schedule. That in itself is amazing. So I'll tell you right now, I've just started recorrecting my sleep schedule, and boy, oh boy, that can be something. So that's good. It's good to have that. Cool. I'm actually Arty myself, trying to get into industry at the moment. Switch from Blender to Zbrush. That's really cool, dude. Yeah, actually, if you're trying to get in the industry as an artist for 3D sculpting, Zbrush is definitely the way you should go. Don't throw Blender away though, because Blender can be a very good tool for other things like creating base meshes, rendering, etc. But Zbrush it is definitely the industry standard, and it's one-time payment too, and you get a lot of support there. It just feels so much better. Yeah, I agree with you. But if you're trying to get into industry, my recommendation, everything I did to get into the industry was just basically really work on your portfolio, take advice where you can get it, study anatomy, study whatever it is you're really trying to get into. If it's hard surface, look at mechanical designs, like get the understanding of what it is you want to achieve, and then get really good at sculpting, and then start bringing in the other stuff. It's taken a long time. I've been sculpting for 4 years, and I'm just starting to make headway. So it takes time, but yeah. I do Blender for rendering at the moment. Yeah, that's what I was using for a while, and then I switched to Marmoset Toolbag 4, which is amazing. But I kind of got into ZBrush. Been working on a project for a month. Just finished high poly of a katana. Want to see? Yes, Smokey, I do want to see. You guys know I love seeing your work. Send it. Smokey, are you on my Discord? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure you are. If you're not, let's fix that. Focusing on characters. I have background in traditional drawing, painting, sculpting, so I had anatomy classes in academy. Nice, very cool. That's really, really awesome. But yep, just like I said, and also too, the other thing too, biggest tip for getting in the industry is just study, and then don't compare your work to other people as like, my stuff's not good, but look at people who inspire you in places you want to go. For me, I studied at 3D Character Workshop, so I studied with Shane Olson, and I love stylized, but I really wanted to push it further, so I started looking at guys like Rafael Grassetti, I started looking at Steve Lord, and that really helped motivate me to push beyond the stylized look. So while my foundation came from Shane, and my motivation came from Shane as well in the beginning, it started opening up more doors when I started pushing in another direction. but it gave me the foundation I need. So always look for inspiration where you could find it. It's crucial. Discord, hey, Kamara, hey. Nice. I figured you were. Let me see. Let's see if you posted this katana. Whoop, whoop. Post it away, buddy. I want to see. Yeah, I've been sculpting for about 5 years, though not full time that whole time, and I finally got my first paid gig in games last summer. Hell yeah. Kamara is sick too. You gotta check her out. Shout out to Kamara for just being an awesome person and an amazing artist. Kamara, post to your socials. Cool. I also recently got my first gig. Made a small miniature for 3D printing from reference. Heck yeah. And I'll tell you right now, the moment you get paid for sculpting something, you are an artist who gets paid. Don't do stuff for free unless you absolutely just want to. Our time is valuable, you know what I mean? So make sure that you charge for your work. My first gig happened a couple years ago with a company named Fabrication Station, and they were a really cool 3D printing company. Sculpted some stuff for them, and I've been charging ever since. Where can I post something for you to critique? Oh yeah, drop it in the Discord. I have a Discord. Drop it in there, gladly. Woo-wee! This is Smoky 3D's katana. Ooh, that's pretty filigree. I like that. Nice. That's coming along really, really nice. I love the filigree. That detailing is really cool. I love it, man. Yeah, that's a nice katana. Yeah, that's great, Smokey. Good job, dude. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start smoothing down some of these high peaks. Yeah, super, super nice, dude. There are more images down there? Oh, did I miss them? Oh, I did. Oh, there they are. Okay. I was like, what happened? I only saw the one. Nice. Ooh, okay, yeah, even it just gets better. There you go. Oh, nice. Ooh, okay. Oh, I love this detail. I love the variation of the different sides because this would be done by hand. Little chiseling. That's cool, dude. That's cool. Ooh, the wrap's... I like the wrap, too. The wrap's pretty nice. But that detail, those... Did you use a VDM brush for that? Or is this hand sculpted in all those details? It looks great, dude. Great job. Thanks, Max. I really appreciate it, dude. Yeah, very cool, man. Everything hand sculpted. Hell yeah! Nice, man. Looks really, really good. But you knew that. There we go. Just kind of pushed some of this anatomy back. Yeah, those in particular with the blob brush. Nice, yeah, those are good. That's a great brush to do it. I think the blob brush is kind of the... Also, if you want to watch for my streams, I tend to be on later than your sculpts. We don't overlap much. That's right. And I try to pop in there and see what you're doing. Yeah. Yeah. Super well done. All right. Yep. Casper. It's Chung-Li, man. It is Chung-Li. Oop, 1 second. 1 second. There you go. All right. That means you, Nina. All right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she was supposed to let me know when I could teach her how to time death out. Don't say never. Don't say never. Let's see. Work in progress for the moment. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. That's fun. I like it. Very cool. Yeah, it's a good blackout. Everything here is working nice. Very, very cool. Also, by the way, just love the render. I like the clay feel of it. It feels like Sculpty clay. I think that's it. Like polymer clay. Yeah. Good job, dude. What? I don't know. I have to read it. Maybe I like you. What? That could be from anything.
Just like maybe like you a lot.
Nope. Sorry, not bringing it up.
Oh, I'm thinking of it. Any posing tips? Yes. Okay. Well, you're current. Are you? Did you say you're in Zbrush? So let's go back for a second. Did you say you were in Zbrush? Because if you're in Zbrush, the biggest tip I would recommend is keep everything super low poly. Okay, you're in Zbrush. So what I would do is never. This is Dynamesh right here. Don't ever pose Dynamesh. That's bad news bears. Don't do that. What you should do is actually in fact, let's demonstrate it real quick. So let's go ahead and turn everything off. Let's say I want to pose her. What I would do is, let's say you're in Dynamesh. First thing you want to do is duplicate your subtool by hitting Control-Shift-D. That will duplicate that subtool. Hit solo, and then make sure that you do your Z-remesh, right? And then I'll show you some other stuff too. So real quick, Z-remesher, where are you? Z-remesher. Let's do 5. No, not 3. 5. I kind of do a little bit of show and tell. I did Dynamesh, low poly, Z-remesher, project high detail. Yep, perfect. But I really need some more insight into this. Absolutely. Posing is an art. I will tell you that right now. Any animator will tell you posing is an art form. And there's a lot of things you got to keep in mind. But one step at a time. Let me Z-remesh this, and then I'll kind of walk you through my train of thought. Like when I posed her. The Sculpt here is your one hit. Little engine that could. I don't know, man. I'm thinking about 100 things at once. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so, oh, wow. What a major pain in my... Okay, so... So then, you know, you have your low poly, then subdivide a few times, and then, of course, do your projection, like what you were saying. We'll go ahead and project it real quick. Yeah, say yes. Okay, so now that you have this version and that you're happy with it, then what we're trying to really ascertain is where things been naturally. So come up to Z plugin and then go to your transpose master and then hit T-pose mesh. From here, what we're going to look at is basically the breakdown of how the body should move. So really focus on the anatomy aspect and see where things bend. So the biggest tip to take away from this is that you're gonna have to resculpt what you break. This is where you kind of get into the argument of asymmetrical posing versus symmetrical detailing and then posing and trying to bring back. You're gonna break it, so don't be afraid to break it. Is my point. I also brought in 2 different things. So I brought in the high poly and the low poly. Okay, so here's my low poly. When you go into T-pose mesh, it automatically brings the lowest information in. And then what I recommend doing is some things like, let's say this wrist, for example. The wrist, when it bends, is a sharp transition between the forearm and the fist. So with something like this, big tip is to mask that, but do not soften it. If you soften it, and then you start trying to pose it, the whole thing is going to get kind of noodly, right? Where if you select the shape that you want, don't soften it, now you're bending just that joint. So fingers, wrists, even elbows, when you're posing them, don't soften that mask. Keep that nice and sharp, and then just have it moved. And then, like I said, you're gonna have to pose a few things and fix it, but the cleaner your geometry, the better deformation you can get. So that's a big tip that I had. You had exactly this problem? Yeah. You're still sculpting with a mouse, but no worries, I ordered a graphic tablet. Should arrive at the end of the week. Okay, well that's good. Yeah, you don't want to be clicky mousey that. It's gonna be hard. Okay. The other thing to kind of the other big tip I recommend, and a lot of this comes with trial and error, but push it until you break it, then dial it back. So for example, let's say I really want her knees to be bent, right? Like really bent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that section. And again, this is a joint, so I'm not going to soften it. And then what I'm going to do is select the area by not control tap, alt tap with a gizmo, and then reset it. That'll kind of put you in a good position. Then I'm going to bend, and I'm going to see how far I can push that. And like that would be really far, right? So let's say I want her doing a backflip. Well, I'm going to go ahead and really push that as far back as I think I can get it. And then I'm going to come and select the next piece. Now this part's a little tricky because it's a big joint. You actually may want to soften that, but not much, maybe one click. But again, I'm going to go ahead and kind of start tucking it in, but you see how it breaks here? So I'm going to have to then end up fixing this. But I'm able to sit here and kind of tuck this out. And then what I can do is come in, grab the move brush, and start making some tweaks here and there. And kind of see how it works. You can always go backwards. You can always control Z. But being able to, you can even soften a little bit. That's okay. But knowing how the muscles work will help you a lot with getting the pose correct. So you know that her knees should be coming up to her chest. Now this is obviously an exaggeration of it, but that's generally the idea I would keep in mind. And if you are like, oh, I broke this and I hate it, what you can realize is up here at the top in your subtool palette, just above your subtool palette in this toolbox, all of these different ones, when you go to T-pose mesh, it like duplicates it at the lowest version, and you're working within that version. You don't have to send that back. You can just go right back to your subtool and start working again, and you're good to go. So if you make a mistake, you don't feel like you have to double that back. There's no need for that. You can actually turn around and just exit out of that, and you're fine. Oh, I missed some stuff. Hold on. Oh man, mouse sculpting is rough. I keep my clay buildup brush on intensity of 1, and even that sometimes is too strong. Yes, that can be. If that happens to you, Smokey, that's where the tablet comes in. Pressure sensitivity is the best. Cool, I learned something new today. Yay! Let out. Great, I'm ready to pose. I'll post it if you're still on. And if I'm not, just go into the Discord and post it in there. You can always tag me, and I'll take a look at it when I get a second. Yeah, no problem. All right. Actually, what we're gonna do, since we took our nice time and we actually have a pretty clean Z remesh. I'm actually pretty impressed with that Z remesh. We're just gonna go ahead and get rid of this high detail Dynamesh one. So delete. Might as well. Bloop. It's in a box. All right, let's go ahead and save. We'll save this as a new one. We'll call this 18. Is this a personal project? Yeah, this is a personal project. I mainly stream my personal projects. I've streamed a few commissions, but only with permission from the client. I try really hard not to stream anything that might be confidential. And I never stream contract work. You just can't. You're usually bound by NDAs anyway, and that's the best way to get fired. So, so yeah, if you're ever wondering, don't do that. Which, believe it or not, it's happened to some people. There have been plenty of people who just didn't care or didn't understand, and then unfortunately, so. I love her dynamic pose. Thank you. This is based off of the 1994 Street Fighter II, the animated movie, where she kicks him through her bedroom wall and down 10 flights of stairs. And I wanted to conceptualize that. It's a little bit of my own interpretation because of you don't really see that part of the movie. You see her fighting, and then you see her face kick him, and you see her make that move, and then you see him already through the wall. So this was kind of my take on what the in-between looked like. And it will be available for 3D printing. For those who support me on my Patreon, I'm just going to drop the files in there for people to be able to download. We're almost done detailing. We're actually at the part where I got to start figuring out exactly how it's going to be sliced up. Even though I have a general idea, for the most part, it's hitting that point where we're just about done. That's a basic nail. Okay. Nice. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go ahead and Stream Raiders is ready. For those of you who play, you can always jump on there. Let's do it. It's not going to be too fragile at the impact point. That's a great question, and the answer is I partly don't know. I'm trying to make it thick enough where I'm going to weld the feet and face together. So her feet won't be attaching to his face. Her feet will be attached and welded permanently to that face. Yay! 2 kills, Carta. You just murdered. So the hopes is that part will be super solid. And then with the right amount of glue and stuff in there, it will hold. And then the rest of her will be hollow while the base itself will be relatively solid. So that counterbalance is how you fake anti-gravity bases. All right, winner, Carde, of course. I mean, you know, you murdered, so. So yeah, anti-gravity bases are tricky, but they're not really impossible. You just kind of have to figure out the math involved with it. And right here, if we take a look at the arch of where she's at, even though she's floating right here, there is this apex, and a lot of the weight will be pointed in this direction. So we have to counteract that. So you got to think of a triangle, and then you got to counter this triangle for it to be perfectly balanced, which should actually be right here. So most of the weight needs to reside in this lower triangle. And what that will do is result in a perfect weight balance between the two. So if we ensure that she is lighter than the center of mass here, the print should stand theoretically. And I've seen some get really pushed far. I had this really more like this in the beginning, but the problem is I couldn't see her face the way it was. The pose is weird. So I decided to alter it a little bit. Check out this doggo I made today. Ooh, I want to see. Nice, super cute. Look at that reflection too. Pardon me 1 second. Need some water. That's adorable, dude. All right, so I mean, so that there's a lot of that to just kind of factor in when we're anticipating. So I keep my subtools broken up in a way that I can re-merge them together and then create my own custom keys and cut against. And in this case, you can see here, I have the head separate from the torso, but I have the hair separate as well. So all the head, the hair, and her thunder thighs and legs, this section right here, will all be one piece. And that will be rock solid. Dog coins? Dogecoin for the win! So, yeah. Alright, what we're going to do, because we're going to lower some of our geometry count here. Let's actually grab this guy. Let's Control-Shift-D, duplicate. And we're going to Z-remesh this guy so that we can have a little bit cleaner details. Because right now he's Dynameshed and we need to start moving that stuff over. So let's go 5 on the Z-remesher. Yeah, it was actually commission. Nice! That's great, dude. Yeah, make that money. You have to these days. That's fantastic, man. That's adorable, too. I get a lot of those cute little commissions where people are like, hey, try this. I'm actually talking to one person right now who has like a hard surface, like mech with animals. I got to reach out back to them and say, yep, I'm ready to do. I just embedded a coat hanger wire from her hips, through her legs, out her feet, through his head and chest, etc. Single wire. Yes, you could do that. But because I'm going to be doing it for 3D printing, we're going to be pushing the bar. We're going to make resin stand on its own. Oh. I'm going to escape this for a second because I realize I have all these different groups. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to Dynamesh this one more time together. So let's actually take it up to 2. Realize I have all these separate groups, and I didn't say keep groups. That's the problem. I have a couple more shots, even cuter, but can't show, unfortunately. Yeah, it's okay. That happens, man. That happens. No worries. Look at that big old torso. All right. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and Z-remesh. Let's save it first. Always save before you destroy it. That's also another big tip. Save it as often as possible. People have seen me lose work here. It's not fun. All right, and we don't need to keep groups, so let's go ahead and Z-remesh. Let's actually Z-remesh it at 10, and then we can always dial it back down. We don't need to pose it, so I don't need super clean deformation lines. I'm just trying to get better detail. But yeah, that dog is super cute, man. That's super cute dog. I like it. Close some of this down. Gotta look at that later. Cool. Alright, so here we go. Oh, another good posing trick too is, especially if you're working with Z-remesh and you have a good, decent mesh, what you can do is actually take your select lasso and kind of cut certain sections. And just as an example here real quick, cut certain sections and then hit auto groups. Okay, it doesn't want to do that with me. Fine. Create auto groups. You can create different groups that then could you could turn around and pick and separate. You can even cut your model up to, like, you can actually take this section right here and cut this arm, make it a separate subtool. Then Dynamesh, work on it, then weld it back together when you're happy. That's another good way of posing. It's just all in what you want to do. I'm going to subdivide a few times. And then we're going to go ahead and project that detail. Alright, that might lag my stream a bit. I'm already getting a little wheel of death. This is why you save. Especially right now, like this total project is about 48 million polys. Now, while that doesn't really matter because your project should never be based on how much polys you have, that's important to remember because how much geometry we're actually pushing. That part's the important part. There we go. So we can take a look at our ZRemesh version versus our Dynamesh version. And the ZRemesh version is 2 million. The Dynamesh is 6 million, and the amount of detail is almost the same. The only difference is the nails kind of broke right here, which is a bit of a bummer. So what we could do, yeah, I'm not surprised his nails broke actually. Those are the thinnest things. I think I know what I want to do. Yeah, let's go ahead and back this up a second. Not surprised those nails broke. Okay, I know what we're gonna do. Let's come up here real quick. Let's actually separate the nails from the body. We have the nails. We're gonna go ahead and actually split hidden. So let's go to geometry. I'm sorry, not geometry. Subtool split. Wait, what? Oh, okay, never mind. I know why. Delete lower. There we go. Now split hidden. Okay. Now this part right here, let's actually move that up. Let's rename that nails so we know exactly what it is. Let's hide that. There we go. Let's go ahead and delete this one. We're gonna have to redo this part. Control Shift D. Duplicates. And then let's ZRemesh one more time. Let's do it at 10. Now we won't worry about the nails so much, and then we can clean up the fingers too. Hands were giving me a little bit of a problem, so we can fix that. Incredibly thirsty today. Well, Smokey, man, I'm glad you stopped by, dude. It's been a while, but it's nice to see you, man. It's good to see that you're working with Zbrush and that you're getting a tablet. What tablet are you getting? Anytime, man, anytime. Nice, dude. Nice. Heck yeah. ZRemesh. Oof, let me check. Nice, I'm curious. I love my XP pin, but one day I'm gonna get a Wacom. Because I'm gonna need a big boy. They'll just speed up your workflow a little bit. You don't need a massive tablet, but the more experience you get, the better the experience with the larger tablets. But you don't need a big tablet to start. Just FYI, if anybody's curious. I don't recommend starting with a big tablet unless you're blessed with getting one. All right, now let's go ahead and solo this out, and then let's subdivide a few times. Let's take it to 2 million, and then let's go ahead and project. And this takes a while. Wacom, Intuos, S Black, North. Nice. Nice. Great, dude. Well, you're gonna have to tell me what you think of it. Let's take a look at it. I wanna actually take a look at that one. Let's see what Intuos, S Black. S Black, North CL. Let me just make sure I get the right one. CL. Oh, nice. Okay. Very cool. Yeah, that's perfect. That's a perfect tablet. Woo-wee! Look at that. That worked. All right. Our Dynamesh is just almost no different. So we're going to go ahead and delete the Dynamesh version, which is, again, just heavy. There we go. And again, you want to work with subdivisions because you want the ability to keep better detail, and subdivision works better for detail. All right, let's go ahead and take our smooth peaks, and we're actually going to go ahead and just kind of tone down some of the detailing on his body, just because it's a little heavy. There we go. There we go. Oh, I wrote 2 instead of S. Oh, okay. Let me copy and paste that real quick. I hate that. Okay. I did write 2. How about that? There it is. Yeah. I guess it undermeant where I stood. That's still a cool one. It's good to just start with a decent one. You don't need a massive tablet to start. I started with a little sketch tablet. And then just got better from there. Alright. Okay, we're going to go ahead and uncheck that. Alright, let's go ahead and minimize Chun-Li and the base for a second. Let's get back into the hand. Now again, we're 3D printing, and so the things to really remember are the thickness of the nails. And so a really good cheat that I think should work out really well is we're just going to inflate these a little bit. Not contrast. I'm going to kind of inflate this. Ooh, that's too much. Okay. Let's try 0.25. There we go. That's a little bit better. Now we're just going to take our move brush. And we're just going to kind of push that back in there. But this should provide a decent amount of thickness. And actually, let's go back to Subtool. Let's turn everything off with the exception of the nails and the body. We don't need the nails or the body. And let's go ahead and save it now that we're getting something that we like. And this way we can kind of fix how these are and get them closer to each other where we need. We can even take the fingers and lift the fingers up too. So we're not just, we don't have to just push the nails in. Only if it works. Come on, grab that, there we go. Now I'm going to leave the nails dynameshed because it's just going to get merged eventually once we're all done with it. So, and there's not a whole lot of detail here on the nail. So, leaving it where it's at is easy enough. Actually shrink this pinky nail down a bit. How long have I been working on this? Pardon me. I've been working on this for a little over 2 weeks now. This whole project started from a sphere. We sculpted. No, actually, I'm sorry. Not the whole thing. We made a couple base meshes. So made some base meshes, then turn around and sculpt each character. Not into full detail. I actually detailed a lot of it asymmetrically. So yeah, a little over 2 weeks. On or off too, just because I've been mainly working on this only on stream. There's a couple things I did off stream, but not a whole lot. I think her face was the only thing I finished, but I got cut short that day. So I'm gonna zoom out for a second and actually just isolate his hand for a second. Sometimes you gotta get the rest of the body out the way. Hey, I'm back Been driving. Was wondering if I can post where I can send it. Yes. Please send it in my Discord. Is that an Eevee render? Wait, is what an Eevee render? Oh, okay. Oh, solid. I skipped it. Jeez, I just checked your portfolio. Love how that dark let's go. Yes, that is an Eevee render with a little bit of Photoshop. Sorry, I missed that. The glow in the swords adds so much fun. It does, yeah. That was a bit of rendering in Blender, but it was also a little bit of Photoshop work too. Mostly Blender. But yes, it just that's fine. You could just drop it in my Discord, no big deal. And in case you missed it. But it's okay. You can even, like, if you wanted to create an image or a link, you could even do that. Just drop the link. Whatever works for you. I'm an easy guy. All right. There we go. I just kind of need to fix it. Well, I'm glad you like that, Smokey. Yeah, that one took a little bit of time, too. Darth Grogu took me about 2 weeks as well. That's average for a big project like this. Actually, gonna have to fix some of that anatomy here in a minute. So each project I try to push harder and further than the last one, just so it helps me grow as an artist. There we go. Yeah, the background kind of looks like Smoke Nice. You should check out Cycles. It will take a bit of time to understand it, but it'll be worth it. Oh, for sure. Well, I'm moving away from Blender renders at the moment, and I'm working more in Marmoset, which they have some really cool Cycles-like renders, so I'm getting a little bit into that. But I don't plan on leaving Blender 100%, so I'll definitely keep that more in mind. Because I like having different options. Sometimes it's just easier to throw it in Blender and just call it a day. There we go. Now you can see why this hand's a little funky. And that's because there's a glove on it, so I didn't detail his main hand because I'm going to be detailing this the glove here in a little bit. So let's go ahead and turn a good chunk of that off. Let's grab that and fix this hand next. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, Marmoset. Yeah, Marmoset 2x4, yeah. Do I texture a Marmoset 2x4? I have not textured yet, but I'm learning how to. And so far, I would say I'm really impressed. I usually use Substance Painter for texturing and painting. If I'm not going just straight from Zbrush to Blender or to Marmoset. But I'm starting to texture a little bit more in Marmoset because I really like what it's doing. Although I don't usually texture too much outside of ZBrush because most of the stuff I make gets 3D printed or manufactured, and you need all that geometry. Where Substance Painter, it's hard to bring that geometry back. So we kind of, in toys, we get to get away with a little bit of murder. We get to just detail it in ZBrush and then make it a physical file, and then send that over. Different process than games, typically. Oh no, I didn't know you had Marmoset. It is better in every possible way. Stick to it. Yeah, actually, it was a very recent purchase, so very recent. It's actually to help bring in a little bit more consistency to my renders and give it a little bit more professional look for future projects and stuff. So yeah, I'm excited for it. How is the pipeline in Marmoset texturing? Do you poly paint in ZBrush and first then paint over in Marmoset? Actually, you can bring your poly paint into and to Marmoset, no problem. So the work that I'm doing here isn't lost. The way texturing works in Marmoset 4, the way I understand it, is you're able to stack materials, and as long as you have the proper UVs and stuff, you can then texture on top of other materials. My plan is to understand it a little bit more, then start streaming it. So, but it seems pretty intuitive. I mean, it seems like I can go straight from Zbrush. If you want to create, if you're manually retopoing, do that, whatever program you do that in, and then bring that over to Marmoset. Seems pretty straightforward, because then you can bake everything there, and then you can texture in there. So it just depends. You've been using Marmoset for rendering since Toolbag 1. I love it so much. Have you used Substance Painter at all? My understanding is very, very similar. It is very, very similar, yeah. It is very similar. I just haven't played with it enough to give you a full answer, but I'm starting to, so. Like I said, I don't usually texture too much in other programs because I make toys, but I have played with it in Substance, used it a few times. I love Substance, it's nice. My only problem with Substance is that it crashes all the time. I wish it was a little bit better. That's just me being nitpicky now. Substance is nice, and it seems pretty straightforward in Marmoset. No, fairly new to 3D, only been poly painting in ZBrush. I mainly do 2D portraits in CSP. Trying to learn 3D though. Nice. Yeah, I would say just focus on yeah, if you use ZBrush and poly paint, yeah, poly paint and ZBrush. Don't walk away from that. Yeah, there are other painting programs and stuff, but you can get all the color that you need, and then you can enhance that in Marmoset with materials, or even Blender. You can enhance all that. Poly painting and then bringing it over used to be a pain in the ass. It's gotten a lot better, especially if you use Keyshot. If you've used Keyshot with the ZBrush has a bridge that helps kind of make that better, but Toolbag is seamless. You just bring over your FBX or your OBJ. I suggest an FBX. It's a file format. Bring it all over, and then it holds all that information. And then you just go under your albedo color, change it to vertex, I think, and then you got your color. If you want, I could show you real quick. I can open it up if that helps you. I'm a pretty visual person too, so you could tell me all day long what to do and I wouldn't understand it until I did it. So if that helps, I could pop it open. Just let me know. I have a couple example files I can bring in there. Ian gotta go, but thanks for the tips. See you on Discord. See you on Twitch. Awesome. Hi, Matthew. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. But my poly painting ZBrush is nowhere close to my 2D portraits. Don't know why. It takes time. ZBrush is a weird animal. It takes time, though. Okay, yeah. Here, what we're gonna do real quick. Bloop. Okay. So here real quick. All right. Let's go ahead and save this real quick. Say save. Yeah, let's open up Marmoset and I can give you an example. Okay. So I got Marmoset tool back here. It's pretty cool too. I love it. My camera's been all off today, so. All right. So here's your basic, have your classic setup of Marmoset. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll just import a model, and I'll import my Darth Grogu because when I first got Marmoset 4, that's the first thing I loaded up. It's 2020. Okay. Where are you? Darth Grogu. Okay, here we go. So you have your Darth Grogu. Go ahead and open this up. Oh, it's in there. Now, this might take a second. It's a pretty heavy file. It's thinking. See that? Let's see that little blue ring of death. It's heavy. There we go. Okay. So here's the Grogu file, and it comes with all these materials here. Okay. What I do is I just go ahead and all the materials that comes over from Zbrush, I just get rid of those. I just delete those right out the gate. You don't need any of that. And Substance Marmoset, hard to pick up. No, I wouldn't say it's hard to pick up. What I would say is it just takes time. Focus. I would, if you had to pick one right now, Marmoset Toolbag 4, because it could do everything Substance Painter can do. It's not hard to pick up. It's just more of like, don't be afraid to get in there and kind of sort it out. And then just watch the tutorials. Marmoset Toolbag 4 has a lot of beginner tutorials on their YouTube, so if you're trying to learn it, then you're good to go. Just pop on there and watch. But so what I do is I create a new material. Right up here, you have your materials on your right side. You create a new material, and then you just name this something like, oh, this will be skin, right? And then just drag and drop that on where you want that material to be. And then right down here under albedo, come down to vertex color. All this is poly paint. Come on. Back up. There we go. It's a pretty big file. There we go. All this is poly paint. And you just do this for each one of your, and then you can, each one of your materials, and then you can turn around and actually really get into emissions, occlusion, transparency, micro reflections, surface materials. If you have textures that you worked in another program, you can bring those over. So it's really that easy. So don't think you're wasting your time in ZBrush for poly paint. I've seen really good artists bring some amazing stuff over. Like, check this out. I hand painted the eyes in ZBrush, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and call this eyes. I'm gonna drop this right on his eyes. I'm gonna go here to vertex color, and then I'm gonna go to reflection. Yeah, reflection. And I'm actually going to up the reflection. Is that it? No, I'm sorry. That's refraction. Wrong one. Gonna go to roughness. That's the one. I am all over the place here. Stop it. Whoops. Go to roughness. Go to gloss. And then I'm just gonna boost that up. So roughness, gloss, and then you could just boost that up. And that gives you a nice reflection. But all this poly paint, I painted this whole thing in ZBrush. So you could definitely get some stuff. Hey, Ian, looks great. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm printing a Darth Grogu now. Thanks. Thanks for sharing your work, by the way. Of course, absolutely, Slibby. It's missing a few options, but it's pretty much there. Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot here. Well, also, too, you have... this is your classic setup. Then you have tabs. You have your main setup. You have a texture setup. You have a render setup. You have an animate tab setup. And then you can also add your own workspaces if you choose to. So you can create your own workspace, much like in Substance Painter. If I want my materials over here, I just throw my materials over here. It's just all in what you want to do. It's very universal, very UI friendly. Did you bring him across with UVs? No, he has no UVs. Toolbag doesn't need UVs to render anything. To texture, mind you, you should have UVs just because it's going to make your life a lot easier, especially if you're dealing with game models or anything that's going to be animated. But I work with toys, so I kind of luck out, and I don't have to UV. But if I wanted the texture in Toolbag 4, definitely should have UVs on it, just like you would in Substance. So that's dependent on your pipeline and what it is you're trying to do. But yeah, this is Marmoset. And the other thing too, which is cool, is I can go ahead to the main render and I can use ray tracing, and all of a sudden that gives it a little bit more realistic look to it. And then I would just apply my materials and then render it out. You don't need to UV in ZBrush to bring over the polypaint information. No, you do not. Nope. There are absolutely 0 UVs on this character. Yep, you don't need it. Which is nice. I don't UV my stuff most of the time because I 3D print or set it for manufacturing. There's no need to do that. Same with Blender. You don't have to UV to bring your model from ZBrush to Blender to render it. It's not necessary. What is necessary is when you're texturing. That's the only time. If you think texturing, think UVs. Every time. Just because it needs that UV map information to figure out how the texture should wrap around the existing model. But if you're not going to be texturing, then there's no need to have UVs. Yeah, statues is what I'm looking to do on renders. Exactly. So, yeah. So, are those cracks poly or normal? The cracks in the rocks? Or just the cracks in general? That's sculpted and then I painted over. Yeah. So if I were to go ahead and say like, oh, you know, just real quick rock material. And then I drag this here on my rocks. Go to albedo, hit vertex color. It brings over the main color. Now I gotta fiddle with the material to get it the way I want. But, you know, bump the roughness up and stuff like that. So what you do, and then of course you set your lights and all that stuff. Yeah. Now before it kills the stream any harder, we'll go ahead and stop using that. But yeah, hopefully that answers some questions. Marmoset Toolbag 4, I wish it came out sooner. I wish it came out a year ago when I bought Substance, because it's that good. You know, is it in most studios' pipelines? Not yet. Will it get there? Depends on the studio. Depends on what it is you're trying to achieve. If you're just learning, you know, get the software you really need and then worry about learning software later. If you're just trying to start, just get in there, sculpt something, render it out, play with the free programs. Once you know exactly where you're going to go with your career, then you start buying the programs you need and learn those. But programs are studio dependent. And I freelance and contract, so half the time they just ask what I have, and then I say I can use it, and then they say, okay, yeah, just use whatever. As long as you could do the work, that's the most important part. UVs is why I avoided Substance, but I'm told it is no longer needed. Yeah, well, with Substance needs UVs. I heard you don't need UVs in Toolbag 4. But I'm skeptical on that. When it comes to texturing, I would still prep it with UVs. I'd have to learn it a little bit more to get there. But if you're doing a static render, UVs don't... Yeah, okay, so like Amara was saying, if you're doing a static render, UVs don't need to be super fancy or organized either. You can usually just do some form of auto UV and it'll work all right. Of course, it's better to lay them out nicely, but it's definitely not as important as something that will be animated. Exactly, so... Here, I'll give you a quick example, and then we'll get to Stream Raiders. Let's take Chung-Li for a second. Okay, if you're in ZBrush and you have a subdivided low poly model, come up to Z plugin. This is how easy it is for UV wrapping. If you want to get down and dirty, you just want to like get UVs to get UVs. Come up to Z plugin, go to UV master, say work on clone. Have ZBrush crash on you, and make you look like an idiot. Sorry, one more time. Make sure if you're working on a folder, your folder's open. Work on... Oh, come on. Fine. You know what? You want to be like that? Watch this. Watch me work around this. I'm going to go ahead and turn this all off. And I have this. I'm going to go ahead and Control-Shift-D. And then I'm going to go to geometry and I'm going to go ahead and delete higher, because at this point, that's all the clone does. And then come here and just hit unwrap. Oh, sure. I knew Substance is supposed to have auto views. Yeah, they're supposed to, but I'll tell you, you can unwrap faster this way than you can. I did an auto UV unwrap on the stream. 30 minutes later, the stream ended, it still wasn't unwrapped, and then on top of it, everything crashed. But, okay. So I went to Z plugin. On my lowest subdivision level, I just copied, deleted the higher. I hit unwrap. Now I'm going to copy UVs. I'm going to go up to my main model, which is right here, Z plugin, paste UVs, and then we come over here, UV map, boom, morph UV. Here's my UV, super ugly, but that's all you really need to get into Substance or get into Marmoset, to texture, it's plain and simple. And then once you're done with that, just go back up to your subtool, click your low poly. You know, if you're working on a clone, don't worry about it. But if you copied it like I did, then you're all set. Now your model has UVs. And here, check this out. We'll do one better. We'll go ahead and just hit this solo. Let's go ahead and export this. So let's go ahead and hit export. Let's go to FBX and let's export a test. Just do visible, embed maps. Perfect, say okay. All right, while that's doing that, let's play Stream Raiders. Because that'll take a second. Yeah, if you want quick and easy UVs, in fact, on top of it, while we're playing this game here, I actually made I made a video, I'm pretty sure I did, on my YouTube channel. Let's go to videos. Polygroups, yeah, creating UVs with polygroups. So if you guys want to go to my YouTube channel and check out what I'm about to show you more in depth, you can go ahead and check that out there. All right. And who we got? We got Luxabound and this name, Tenry Genderless. I think I keep butchering that, but I'm really sorry. All right, boss time, guys. And we got about another hour on our stream to go, but we're doing a boss, so here we go. All right. All right, mainstream. That's still doing its thing. This might take a second because it's going to switch, but you take in, so we'll go ahead and export this with UVs, and I can show you exactly how, what that looks like. Pardon me. File exported, perfect. Now from here, let's go back into Marmoset. Let's go file, let's go ahead and import. And let's just go to my work drive. Vega versus Chong-Li. Test. All right. Here it is in all of its glory. So we can go ahead and actually add a new material. All right, we're just gonna go ahead and drag that on there. Albedo, vertex color. So this did bring the color over. And then let's actually kind of take her roughness up a little bit. She looks tortured in this position. There we go. Add a texture layer. So we just come over to layers, add a texture. Now let's see here. Let's zoom in. So UV padding, so it recognizes, it's hard to see, but right here, use UV padding. It does recognize it. And then we actually have some materials. Let's just go ahead and throw that on there. And now, just as an example, here, let's take that algae color actually. So you can see here, with the texturing and the UVs, it's recognizing a good chunk of it. and you have all these different UVs or textures that you could just go ahead and download. If you wanted to texture this way, it's that easy. So you don't really need fancy UVs to come in here and start texturing. But I do recommend, because of this option right here, use UV padding. When you have the UVs on your texture, if something was off, if it was misaligned in any way, shape, or form, you can adjust this, and then it will help. It will help with that padding, and almost help correct it a bit. And so I'm just trying to get in here a little bit more and actually play with it a little bit more, but that's the general idea. And that's how easy you could create a UV for your model. Quickly unwrap it, and then bring it in here and just start playing around. Give her some acne. Whatever you needed to. And then you can also, too, over here on the side, you can then create a paint layer, and you can adjust, just like you can in Substance Painter, adjust the albedo, roughness, metalness, bumps, normals, AOs. You can bring in those textures. And Marmoset, you can bake your own textures from your high to your low, so you can get game-ready models. This is super powerful, and I think it was like $299. I think it was like $300. Where like Substance is on Steam, which won't be supported forever. I think it was like $150, and then you'd still want a good render engine. So you get a lot for this. Yeah, pretty cool. That's how easy you could do it. Again, but if you are doing game-ready stuff, I do recommend, like Kamara said, you know, if you're doing stuff for games, you want clean UVs, you want clean stuff. But if you're just playing around, just quickly unwrap it. You don't need to worry about all the other stuff. There you go. And if you're getting into toys, just make good sculpts. That's all you should focus on. Just make a good sculpt. Make it so that somebody wants it. You've achieved your job. All right. Actually, yeah, that looks pretty good. I think tomorrow we're going to start cutting. I think that's where we're at. Yeah. I need to sit on it. I never make a decision with the final model until like I've had time to like kind of sit and see if there's anything else I want to fix. But yeah. Oh, that's cool too. Yeah, so let's take this base. Let's actually, it's right here. I had a second picture frame. We don't need that. There we go. For some of you who may not know, this is actually a lithophane style picture that the light will shine through and you'll be able to see that image. So that's pretty cool. All right, let's actually make some changes here. Okay, so on the pants themselves, they have a little bit of a flare. So we're gonna create that. When are you going to stream tomorrow so I don't miss you cutting the session? Oh, I stream typically from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, with a half-hour break in between, typically. In my Discord, I've had to cancel sometimes. I don't foresee it right now, but if I do have to cancel, then I usually announce it there. So everything's within the Discord. All right, what we're going to do is actually kind of create a little bit of a lip right here. We're gonna play real fast. Sharpen that a little bit. Let's actually take the move brush. What I'm gonna do real quick is create like a little bit of a V split right here. Because if you look at your shorts, or if you look at any cloth that has a seam on it, they usually don't stitch it all together. It usually has like a little bit of a seam to it. So that's what we're gonna do right now. So we're just gonna mask off the section that we want to pull out. And it doesn't have to be much, just enough. Just go ahead and do that, and we'll push that back in. Now I'll soften that inside a little bit. This This is also going to help create some depth so we can have a seamless cut. Nice, yeah. There we go. So we're just going to go ahead and mask that spot. Here we go. And we'll have to re-sculpt some of that detail back, but that is okay. That's to be expected. Happens. Oops. Just kind of pull that out a little bit. There we go. Let's just take a look at it to where it matters. I'll kind of fix this around a bit. Kind of bring that up a bit. There we go. We'll still fix this backside, but that's looking a lot better. Hey, what's up, Michael? Hello there. I was wondering, do you only sculpt, then do the retopo, then texture it? Or you only sculpt? If so, how much time does it take to make an entire character? I'm just curious. Hey, no worries, Michael. I've done the whole process all the way to game ready stuff. So even though I work in toys, I've been there, done that. And the time frame itself depends on your skill level. But that being said, it could take a few weeks to get a full character created for a game. And so my pipeline generally is I sculpt all the way to high res. And then after I've done that, I then break it up for retopoing. After I've retopoed it, then I go ahead and bake my high res to my low res, creating normal maps, curvature maps, thickness maps, world ID maps, all the maps that you need. From there, I would then take the low res and those maps, bring them into a texture program like Substance or Marmoset Toolbag, and then start texturing, finalize your new maps, then bring it into your render engine. That can take anywhere between, that could take 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 8 weeks. It just, the time frame always depends on the project and depends on the skill level. What might take me 4 hours might take you 16 hours. And there's nothing wrong with that, that's just time. So I would say it's never so much about time, it's just about the pipeline. The very first game model I ever made took me 3 months. And I was frustrated. And I spent about a month sculpting, and then I spent 2 months beating my head against the wall trying to get it to work right in all the different programs. And retopoing took weeks, my very first attempt. I'm a lot faster at it now, but because I work with toys and statues, I don't usually do it. I would be rusty. It would still take me time, but maybe not that much time because I've been inundated with the process. But yeah, but the whole pipeline, usually you would sculpt all the way to high res in T-pose. You do test posing and stuff, but for the most part, it's all T-posed out. So then you can make all your maps and then set it up. Because after that, you then got to send that to your rigging department, who will then in turn send that to your animation department. And if there's anything wrong, it's going to go back to you. So you need to make sure that, that you're confident in the work, but also too that you just take the amount of time it needs. And it takes as long as it takes. And that's actually the biggest thing. I never try to put a time limit on it, but definitely just try to understand the process, and then the more you do it, obviously the faster you'll get. That's just nature, but it just takes time. Yeah, there's no real definitive timeline answer, but I will say this: if a client reaches out to you and says, oh hey, I want you to give me a full game character and I want you to do it in a week, don't take that job. Like, there's no way. That's too much time, but if they say, hey, 1 game character, game ready, 4 weeks, can you do it? That's possible. It still might be a little tight, but it just depends. So hopefully that answers your question. But these projects, they just take time. And there's no real way of knowing. I was hoping to, when I first said I was doing this project in particular, which is just going to get 3D printed, I was like, yeah, this is going to take me, like a week or two. I'm on week 3. It's okay. Also, I pivoted quite a lot. There was, I had a few ideas that just didn't work. And sometimes you run into that even when you have a concept art in front of you. Things change all the time. Being able to recognize that and work within those means can only help you further. Yeah, no problem. Here we go. So we're just creating these little splits here. Just gonna mask that off, rotate that. Yeah, we're just gonna pull that out. There we go. Yeah, just kind of push that up a little bit. And again, like right now, I've been detailing for a while. I've been detailing for about a week now, on and off, since this is a personal project. And yeah, it's just taken a good fair amount of time. I was asked to do 2 likeness sculpts in a week. Wanted to slice my wrist for saying yes. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, I would say 1 likeness sculpt in a week is pushing it. Oh man, that could take time. Yeah. I'm currently working for an indie game studio as the only character artist. I'm always trying to ask other artists how long they spend per character to get an idea of whether I'm working at a reasonable pace. Yeah, that's tough, Kamara. That really is tough. But also, too, I feel like you have the advantage because you are the only character artist. So I guess you could kind of like set your own schedule. Like, we as artists know when we're just fucking around, right? We know when we're noodling and we're not actually progressing the sculpt, or we know when we're lost and we're not sure what to do. Like, I find it easier to have an art director push me, or somebody who is like a client that says like, make it like this, because when I feel super stuck, I just go back to them and I'm like, hey, here's my progress. You got any tips, feedback? What can I do? And that usually, I walk away from that experience with something to do. But if I end up feeling lost, it's generally I don't know how to move forward, or I've come to the point where the client needs to see it. So it definitely can matter, but I think holding us to a time frame only hinders us. Usually the client will set that, but it has to be reasonable, and that's just based on time and experience. I think that's my opinion, at least. I'm sure there are other people who might have a different one, but in my experience, that's what I've ascertained. Signal's been in and out. Did you get to see the pics in Discord? Oh, let me see. Bloop 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 bloop. Oh, hey, cool. I did not, but thank you for reminding me. Yeah, look at that. Shit, dude. Oh, hell yeah. That's coming. That's coming along. Oh my gosh, that's coming along great. Nice. Very, very cool. Yeah. I can see where you're a work in progress too, so keep pushing it. It's gonna be badass. I really like that. Oh, that's cool too. Nice. Your attention to detail in anatomy is pretty good. I really like it. Is this your take on WandaVision? Trying to zoom in, that's a little hard to see, but that looks nice too. I love the feel of it. Nice. Yeah, this looks really good. I really like it. Dude, I can't wait. I cannot wait to see this finished. Very cool. Yeah, for sure. My current characters are semi-stylized, similar to Overwatch. They have been averaging about 3 weeks but part of that is waiting for notes, procrastination, etc. I think I could get them done in 2, no problem, if I could get more immediate feedback. Yeah, but Kamara, I think that's like, that's procrastination aside, that's out of your control, right? So 3 weeks, and I'm sitting here saying like full game character for 2 to 4 weeks. I think you're right on it. I think your time frame's right. I'll look into texture and substance and do some sort of renders as a collectible likeness sculptor. Nice. Dude, that's looking really good. Seriously, keep pushing it, man. I tell you right now, in all of my sculpts, faces take me the longest. I'm slow when it comes to getting faces done, but I just know it takes me time. It just takes that extra bit of time. I've seen studios posting no paid job positions to get new people to work for free until they find the fund they need. Would you trust and work for free for those studios? No. No. No, time is money. Time is money. You know, it's one thing to join a Kickstarter and be a part of it, but it's another thing to invest time, because there's no guarantee, right? You could work for free, they could take your models, they could turn around and say, nope, you're fired, doesn't work. They take your models, and then you just gave them free stuff. No, I wouldn't do that. I would at least expect some compensation of a down payment or just something, because then, like, let's say, for example, let's say you're like, okay, $500, I'm going to do this character for you. Okay, great. Get money first. Like, your time is valuable. Nobody should do anything for free, you know? That's my opinion. Meanwhile, Beetle Dude is going on week 6, yep. And maybe halfway through the whole process, but I'm really taking my time. Yeah, because he's a portfolio piece, exactly. Yep. Never expect to get paid down the line. Exactly. Actually, it's pre-WandaVision based on the Adam Hughes. Nice! I think I'm gonna update an Olsen head. Do it! Heck yeah. Yeah. Do it! But yeah, no, man, get paid for your stuff, dude. Get paid for it. You know, people know when they're ready to spend money. Studios who aren't ready to spend money tells me you may not have your stuff together. You know, I respect the person that says, I would like to hire you, but I'm going to wait until I get some money and then I'm going to hire you. I will take that. I will work for that person over, here, do this concept for me. Don't expect any money up front, but we'll get you paid later. Unless you're ready to make them sign a contract and you're willing to go to court to get that contract honored, it's too risky. There's too much going on. Meanwhile, you can go and you can say, hey, D&D guys, I can sculpt crazy war bears or orcs or like demons, and you can get work elsewhere and people are willing to pay. It's just a matter of time. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on it. It's like, okay, I got a story for you. I used to do wedding photography. I loved it for a moment. My first paid gig as a wedding photographer, I told the client $200 because I was like, I'm worth something, right? And I'm there for 12 hours. So it's less than 20 an hour. In Los Angeles, by the way. And it was to definitely get experience. But here's what happened. They got their wedding photos, and they were pretty happy with them. They then told all of their friends who they knew were getting married my price and what the quality they got. I was already ready to quit that wedding halfway through because I realized I underquoted. I knew I wanted experience, but I was like, okay, maybe a few bucks. It then spread the word that I am the cheapest wedding photographer and I'm willing to work twice as hard than anybody else. And yeah, the amount of free cakes does not generate income. So when it comes to any skilled labor, never do it for free. That's my opinion. Don't do it for free. Take some sort of compensation, learn from other people's mistakes for sure, but yeah. It can get crazy quickly and you can set yourself up for mass failure even if you're hungry. it could cause you problems down the line. And you don't want that. You don't want problems like that. Anyway, that's enough of my that's enough of my rant for the day. All right, we're gonna paint right here. We're gonna paint right where those seams are. There we go. How should I go about learning textures and renders? Zbrush was hard AF to learn, but trying to learn Substance, but it seems difficult to learn from tutorials instead of applying to an active project. Yeah, my problem with YouTube is that everybody's on it, and there are good practices and there are bad practices. My biggest advice is try to see if you can get on like a workshop or somebody who teaches. Check out like the Vertex School, check out 3D Character Workshop, check out Ryan Kingsley, I think, has a workshop. Look at workshops that you would pay like a little bit of money to get into. Those schools I just named right there, those are really good ones. Or see if your local college has like an online class or something. YouTube is fine, you can get by with it, but I feel like there's a lot of misinformation. If you're trying to get into texturing, I know of one YouTube tutorial I highly recommend. It's not by me. I would recommend taking this if you're doing Substance, because this helped me. But the more you can get feedback is crucial. This guy's really good. I really like this YouTube tutorial. The more you can get feedback, the more you can grow as an artist. And I know that there is stipulation for paying over and over again, but vet the school. But it can really help you grow, and it can connect you with other people as well. But if you're tight like me, doesn't have a lot of money for texturing and getting into it, that's where it's at. You've given all those guys money? Okay, yeah. It's tough, man. It could be hard. Yeah. Especially with 3D, what happens is people don't take into account the time spent learning a skill, so they get underpaid. Exactly. Yeah. If you paid a wedding photographer $2,000 to photograph your wedding for 10 hours, you're not paying for his 10 hours of service. You're paying for the 10, 15, 20 years of experience it took him to get to that skill, or took her to get to that skill. Same thing here, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's actually good, really good advice, man. Thanks. One question. What is the Discord you mentioned before? I've seen your videos before, and I got recommended to the stream. Now I have it in Discord. Oh, okay, yeah. Thanks, brother. That Discord right there. Pop on in. Discord is just basically a free app where we can connect. Yeah. Yep. There you go, there you go. Yeah, feedback is definitely the main thing. I spent a couple years working in a bubble. Only feedback I got was from friends and family who were all like, "That's amazing." And I didn't improve at all. Exactly, yep. Yep. There's some good memes for looking for giggles. Excuse me, I had to go to urgent care. No. Oh, well, Leonara. Hopefully you're doing okay. Use his knife to save ammo. Everybody else at the paintball tournament. Nice, nice. Yeah. But yeah, that Discord is for anybody who wants to come hang out. We're all a bunch of people. Some artists, some not. But we're all just a bunch of people just hanging out, having a good time. Feel free to share your work in there. There are plenty of artists who are willing to give nice critiques. You know, a lot of us always have a very nice approach on how to give constructive feedback. Nobody's ever been mean, which is nice. But you definitely need a community of artists that are willing to be honest with you, but also to, you know, not be mean at the same time. That's why I always preach, like, your art should be for you first, everybody else second. You know, posting stuff on Instagram, there's definitely like this vibe that you have to do it every project. You don't have to. do your art, and then if you're proud of it, post it. All the shit talkers, tell them to go away. Everybody else, if there's that one person that's like, hey, may I give you a little bit of advice? Say yes, see what they have to say. You can always throw away what you disagree with, but it's helpful. Oh, Death gave me a mic. Yeah, exactly. It's people! Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay too, Nanar. Yeah, it's okay, just a mild concussion. Wow. When did you get the 3D printer thrown at you to get that concussion? What? Hopefully you're okay. Happy birthday! There's a 3D printer. I'm glad you're okay too. That's the important part. I don't have the printer yet. Wow, okay, well, soon. Oh, I fell over snowboarding like a doofus. Oh! We're twinsies! I did that too, like when I was 18. And, had a nasty concussion. Oh, man. Stories, I love that stuff. That's okay. Yeah, I'm glad you're alright too. The other thing about looking for substance tutorials, make sure you're looking at recent ones. Their UI has changed a lot from the update. Yes, that's true. And they're consistently adding things and moving things. The other thing too is don't be afraid to open a program and try something. You don't have to save it. Just open the program and click a bunch of buttons and kind of see what works. That's why I like Toolbag 4, because Marmoset released a bunch of recent tutorials on some of the most basic stuff. And a lot of that could apply into Substance as well if you understand what it is you're looking at. But for the most part, yeah. Just get out there, try it, see what happens, and just ask questions. Oh, tip snowboard concussion. Friend knows. Yep. My friend at work also got her from concussion last week. Wow. Yeah, click all the buttons. Yeah, do it. See what happens. That's crazy. Click all the buttons. I honestly try to figure out software for myself before I even try a tutorial. Just clicking all the buttons, then I have a better idea of what's happening in the tutorials once I do it. Yep. Yeah, lurk away, Ninar, lurk away. Alright, alright. Catch a ride. There we go. That's starting to look better. Okay, we got a little bit more noodling to do on that, but I think this project's coming to a close and getting ready to render and to 3D print. Definitely got to fix a couple things. I just noticed for some reason this thing got moved, so we'll have to fix that right now. But let's go to Stream Writers first, and then we'll end up fixing that. Let's go ahead and do that. Death is murdering people. Get it, get it, get it. Just walk up slowly and punch him. There we go. All right, awesome, awesome. And we got Slowby Art and Drab. I'm not even going to try that. If you're not here, I'm not going to try it. I would butcher it anyway. Barely understand my own language. Alright, we're gonna go down, 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 stay down. Stay down. All that gold loot. Alright, here we go, here we go. Alright, alright, let's put a weak little paladin down. Oops, wrong one. Wrong button. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and... Let's fix this sash. I don't know what happened here. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and deselect all that. And let's select all the things that we need. We're not gonna select that, but we are gonna select this guy right here. Make sure I'm not selecting anything else. Not quite sure why his sash got all messed up, but it did. That happens. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and just kind of expand that up a little bit. Nope, never mind. Let me move that there. Angle that a bit. There we go. I have no idea what happened, but it did. That's okay. Be surprised how often your stuff gets pushed around accidentally. Let's turn off the base and let's turn off Chun-Li so we can actually just get, let's push this back in. There we go. All right, there we go, perfect. Kind of stretch that around a little bit. A lot of times you just quickly shove something in where it needs to be. Come on, select the one. There you go. There we go. There we go. There we go, like that. Perfect. Now, for the most part, we won't be seeing the back side of this so much, but we're still going to get it relatively right. There we go. Right, let's go ahead and take the damn standard brush, so BDS. And we're just going to kind of cut this around, making it look like it's actually wrapping underneath him. I'll take the move brush again, kind of push that. Now for this, we're actually going to go ahead and push that down because that's supposed to be tucked in there. There we go. Maybe that will not move this time. Just maybe. I could have easily moved it accidentally too when moving a bunch of other stuff. It happens. Let's go ahead and save it. So we got about another 30 minutes, guys, and then that'll be it for the day. Thank you all for hanging out and stopping by. Hopefully you guys like the project. It's been a lot of fun just kind of building it up. Also going to go ahead and maybe pull a little bit more. Some areas. Okay. I'm just kind of looking at it everywhere now, seeing if there's anything else I need to fix. Kind of looking at it from afar really does help with everything. Let's add some texture on her shirt. Let's see if we can get away with that. And I think what I want to do is actually apply just a little bit of my own personal texture. Let's see here. I think UVs is a little weird for this one in particular. Let's go ahead and make a Well, let's see here real quick. Let's actually go to noise. Surface. Let's go to noise. Let's go to noise plugin. What do I want? No, let's not do that. Let's cancel that. Let's go to noise lightbox. Let's actually see if there's like a fabric material besides that one. Yeah. Yeah, that's... I'm torn, guys. I'm torn. Let's click it. Let's see what happens. All right, let's click that. Let's edit it. Let's go ahead and frame. Take that color down. Okay, there we go. Zoom in a little bit. All right, so it might be hard to see, but I'm just going to be playing with some, just kind of playing a little bit with how much texture shows up with some of these sliders. I think this is not going to look as good as I want it to. See. Yeah, that's tearing. I don't like it. And it's kind of odd, so I don't really want to create UVs on it because it's just gonna cause me problems. So let's actually go to, let's see, I have it right here, fabric textures. So we have this website here. Browse collection. And let's type in cloth. Yeah, let's see what we got. Ooh, I like this. That's kind of nice. I like that. We'll go ahead and we'll download the 2K version. We don't need a 4K version. There it is. Go ahead and saves. If you guys are looking for a good website to download free textures, ccotextures.com. Really, really cool resource. All right, let's run one. Let's minimize that. Let's actually go. Let's go to my downloads. Let's go ahead and grab that. Let's go to Chun-Li. I'm going to paste it, and then let's go ahead and extract that. I know you can't see what I'm doing right here, but all right, cool. And then from here, we're just gonna come in, we're gonna grab our standard brush, and we're gonna go ahead and add an alpha. So we're gonna go import, and we have these textures here. This black and white one looks pretty good. Now, of course, if we want to manipulate that to be a little bit better, let's actually do that. Let's open up Photoshop. And we can make our own textures here. Or we can enhance our textures. So let's go, yep. Let's go ahead and just grab our image, drag it, and we're gonna make this a little bit better. And by doing that, what we're gonna do is actually come in here, add a curves brush. We're actually going to kind of punch those whites and blacks a little bit better. Same with the levels. Anything that's dark is going to give us depth. Anything that's light is going to give us height, and anything in between. Little hack for substance source, courtesy of their customer service. You can actually pay for a month of source, download a bunch of the materials you get to keep after the sub ends. Yep, free is better. Yeah. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead, say cancel that. We're going to grab this, put this in a folder. Let's go to a solid color. Black is what we want. Put that underneath. Come here, grab our, just put a mask on the group. invert that mask, grab a big old brush, nice soft brush at about 100. And we're just gonna lightly do something like that. This will be the alpha. This will give us a gradient that'll allow us to kind of stack. Go ahead and save. And then we're gonna call this fabric alpha. And it could just be a Photoshop file. It doesn't have to be a JPEG. Let's go back to ZBrush, import. Now we have this fabric alpha. But then we can drag this material out. And of course, we do want better resolution, so we're going to up this a bit. And we're just going to go ahead and apply our alpha texture. And what's cool is you're just going to kind of do your best and line it up. Yeah, that's actually when I paid for Substance Painter. That's exactly what I ended up doing, where I downloaded a bunch of stuff. And I kept it. Now, if you're getting stretching like this is actually, we're gonna go ahead and actually do something real quick. Let's back this up for a second. Let's go ahead and duplicate just her jacket. Go ahead and duplicate that. Turn the base off. Okay. So now we just have this. Let's see if we can Z-remesh this, get a bit better geometry. So let's come to Geo, let's delete lower. And now let's Z-remesh it at 10. Let's see what we get. When applying textures, you kind of want as clean as geometry as you can get so it can stretch and deform the way you need it to. It's a lot harder to get it on posed stuff versus, you know, T-pose. But we're gonna get it. We're gonna do it. When in doubt. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right. It's almost Z-remeshed. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and subdivide this a few times, getting us near about 2 million, and then let's go ahead, file save. Let's save it, then we'll project the details back. Now let's project, and let's see what we got. You wish you to have to subdivide, project, subdivide, project, subdivide, project. Now you subdivide 2 times and then project once, and should do pretty just like that. And then you can actually go back to your original versus your new one, and you can't tell a difference. So we'll go ahead and delete this one. Now we have a little bit tighter geometry to work with. So maybe now, actually, maybe we don't have to do this by hand as much. We can then go to save, because why not? Get that little floppy disk icon happening. Go up to surface. Go to noise. Go to alpha. Grab our alpha that we really, really like. See if we can use the texture of that alpha. course, for some reason, I'm getting some weirdos, so stop. Okay. Why don't you like me very much? Okay, let's try something. Let's go to weave. Let's go to weave. Yeah, let's hit okay. There we go. Turn that down a little bit. Alpha. Let's try to apply that now. Let's take the... Okay, you know what? This is one of those cases that we may actually try to get a UV going. Just because it's not doing what I wanted to do. So let's subdivide down. Let's go ahead, delete higher. And let's unwrap it and see what we can get some dirty UVs. Sometimes it's just, it helps. And let's go ahead, UV plugin. Let's go ahead and copy UVs. Let's go up to this one and let's paste them. Because it's the same thing, it should paste automatically. Go ahead and delete this guy, we don't need it anymore. Now we have this. Now what we could do is go back into surface. And then let's go to noise. We could turn UV on now. And now we can go ahead and pick our mask. We can get probably a cleaner thing. Alpha scale. There we go. There it is. Okay, let's turn that color down. Alpha scale, strength of that scale. Okay, let's actually pick. Let's try this one. Let's go to frame. There we go. So where playing with this stuff is a little fun. This will create real geometry. That again. Frame. Actually tone that down. Okay, let's try 1 second. No, stop. Go to noise. Got a little trial and error here. Doesn't always work the first time, but that's okay. Turn that down. Strength. There we go. Let's pick that alpha size. There we go. Let's try that. From your experience, you would suggest learning Substance or textures throughout renders for a newbie with a 3090. You have a 3090 card? I'm jealous. I would suggest learning Substance. I suggest learning anything you have interest in learning. But if you want a texture, yes, learn Substance. I do recommend it. Try it out. Download a 30-day trial. But I would, yeah. I don't regret learning it. What I was mentioning Marmoset Toolbag 4 earlier, I was more because there's texturing in it. If you had to buy one software, buy that one. But Substance is great, and I would absolutely recommend it, especially if you want to get into games. Looking to go full-blown Grissetti, Costa renders. Oh yeah, yeah. But you know, you'd be surprised what Grossetti could do in, or what Grossetti does in Zbrush. And I think that's a lot of it too. You know, is realizing that there's a lot to do. You could do a lot in Zbrush. You get your money's worth. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. What should you render with? I suggest rendering what you can afford. Bless you. I rendered in Blender for the last year. And then I just bought Toolbag. Toolbag 4 is great. I think Keyshot's a little bit too expensive for what you get. But Blender is great if you're looking for free. If you're looking to pay, Toolbag is amazing. But I don't recommend buying anything that you don't absolutely need right off the bat. What I learned in Blender, I transferred over to Toolbag. Learning lighting, learning, you know, materials, all that stuff. So it just depends on what you're really looking for. Arnold, Keyshot, Blender, Toolbag. Toolbag for me. Blender's great too. Blender and Toolbag, top two. Arnold's great. I just don't like. I'm not a big Maya fan. That's okay. Keyshot's cool too, but it's expensive. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Inspire? How you doing? You can get trials of all of them. Yeah. What I suggest is try all of them, and then see what works best for you. That's the one you should go with. You know, really take your time. Don't just buy software to buy software. That's a big mistake a lot of people fall into. They'll say, oh, I need this, so they buy it. And then I need it. I have a couple softwares that I purchased that I just don't use. And I'm like, I would have known better. But, you know, 6 to 1, right? It really just depends on what you're looking for. But if you're willing to try them all, if you're looking to buy stuff, try them, sort out which one's good for you. That's the one you buy. You need a real-time renderer. Take Marmoset. You need high-quality, physics-accurate render like ArcVez. Don't buy it. Yeah, it just all depends on what you're looking for. I know that's such an open-ended question, but it's really the best advice I can give. There we go. A little bit of noise in there. No big deal. Now let's go ahead and create a mask and kind of paint a little bit of some details. So let's go to masking, mask by cavity, invert that, and let's paint. Which color? Let's go a little darker. Okay, without being a pain, I'm looking for good and UI friendly. Looking for good and UI friendly. Toolbag. I recommend Toolbag. You're not being, by the way, you're not being a pain. Don't think you are. I just try to make sure that I clarify, you know, I don't want you buying something just because I recommend it. What if it doesn't work for you? What if it's not good for what you're looking for? You know, we all have different experience and taste on what we're trying to achieve, but we also have different goals. So, you know, I just want to make sure, like, you're not buying, I don't want you buying something just because I recommend it. I want you buying it because you need it. I'm old. Hard to get the old noodles to learn. I totally get it, man. I totally get it. But it's never too late, man. It's never too late. So you're asking all the right questions. You know, that's the important part. That's the thing I think that nobody takes a lot of time doing, is taking those times to ask those questions. Where it's imperative. It's important to ask those questions, because how else are we supposed to know? Yeah. So I think it's great that you're seeking that info. Because, you know, even with going to some of these schools, I still, like, had questions, and a lot of it is experience. Yeah. Collectibles, but I'm pushing to do hyper-realistic likeness. Yeah. Well, you know, if you're going for collectibles, I'm telling you, for render, Toolbag would be great. Blender's great as well. But really, a lot of your time would be spent in ZBrush, and there's no shame in that. I spend 90% of my time in here because, again, you can't really take the textures out of Substance and utilize them as real geometry. Now, there are ways to take the color out of Substance and make 3D prints with the color information. That's a different topic. I don't even know how to really do that. Not yet. I have an idea. But, you know, for collectibles, for toys, yeah, just do a good sculpt. It's really that simple. Good sculpting, good portfolio, the ability to work well with others, and time and patience. Lots of practice. Yeah. I spent most of my time in Zbrush. It's just what I do. Now he's looking for collectibles. So, physical. Alright, we're going to go ahead and actually blend some of this paint together. So we're going to hit RGB, actually start blending. We're also going to go ahead and do a little bit of paint a little bit back. It's a little muddied, I mean, not muddled. There we go. Also going to take the damn standard. Going to go a little darker. I'm just going to go RGB only. Switch. I'm actually going to get some of this information in there. Like such. There we go. Nice light painting. Yeah, Palpovich, Kingsland, Shane. Yeah, all the greats. Nunez. Can all tell you to ask me any questions. Absolutely. Yep. That's what you need to do. Ask those questions. They all told me the same thing. Yep. Ask. That's all we can do, man. That's all we can do. And then just try it ourselves and then try to learn from said experience. Good to go. Just don't be afraid to try it, you know? Like, get in there, give it a shot, see what happens. The worst that happens is that you fail at it, and then you end up trying again. And that's okay, too. There we go. So now we got a little bit of noise in here, a little bit of texture. There you go. It's okay that I painted in there like that. It's going to be hidden anyway. Yeah, there are 3 things to focus on for any job. Do good work, meet deadlines, and work well with others. A lot of people can only do 2 of the 3, so if you could do all 3, you already have a leg up. Absolutely. Ground affected. Lurk, buddy. Thank you. My god, that extra vividity does me so much. Yeah, gonna be an incredible piece. Yeah, that's my goal. Thank you, Turo. Thank you. Well, the renders I'd like to do are Alcosta and Grissetti. There's an old passion project I sculpted in clay. All of my clay sculpts dried out and broke. Oh no, fucking Sculpty. Yeah, I know. So I learned Zbrush to resculpt them. I could give them like the Richard Corbin render. Well, you know, Grissetti uses Photoshop a lot, right? Like, check this out. You really want to get the Grissetti look? Check this out. Grissetti does a lot of tricks. And he used Maya back in the day a little bit. I'm not sure quite what he uses. But I've seen him do, I think, the scroll. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead. But he ended up sculpting this in ZBrush. And then he brought it into Arnold. And then he ended up taking it into Photoshop. you know, but you can get very similar to this in ZBrush. Not 100%. Arnold's better than ZBrush, I'll tell you that right now. But he pretty much pipelined this. He just got the render out of it and then ended up getting it finalized in Photoshop. I soon suck at Photoshop. That's okay. We'll do some more Photoshop stuff here. If you got questions, ask away. I can make a video too on how you could take your renders, because ZBrush today is a lot powerful than ZBrush 6 months ago or even 2 years ago. And I have done some pretty cool renders only in ZBrush, brought it over to Photoshop and enhanced it. And I can do a breakdown video of how I do that too, or I can show live stream. Because it's super powerful and there's a lot you can do. And if you're just going for renders and appeal, then yeah, you know, you could skip a whole lot of processes. Again, but if you want that Grassetti look and stuff, you know, going into Maya, going into Photoshop, you can get similar results in Blender as well. It's just how you use the tool. That's really the kicker. Do you do anything in particular special to pose? I've been brute forcing and resculpting. Honestly, that's it. You always have to fix your pose. Yeah, either sculpt in pose or get it as close as you can in T-pose, pose it, and then you're gonna have to fix it. There's nothing I have done that I've never not had to fix. I've always had to fix. But the best thing I would recommend doing is like when you're doing something like this, you know, on joints in particular, what I recommend is with like the wrist, when you mask something, don't soften that mask. The wrist is a hard transition from forearm to hand. So this is sharp. So fingers, wrists, even elbows, you know, don't do a soft mask. Just do a hard mask. Get your gizmo where you need it to be. Try to put your gizmo in the middle of where that bone would actually be. If you are bending it like out here, it's bending from this arc point. It's bending from this location. But if you bring this into the middle of the hand and then bend, it's now bending from that bone or where the bone would be. Then you can readjust. So position is key for the gizmo. And then the other thing too is don't be afraid to really push your poses. You know, this, I'll give you a good example here. Let's dial this back. This used to be more like this, and it wasn't good enough. So I pushed it further. Really exaggerate, really push your poses. And then, no, you're going to have to resculpt at some point. The cleaner your mesh, if you really take the time to get a clean, subdivided mesh, your posing will be easier on you because there's more chances of cleaner deformation. Also, too, you could do little tricks. They do this a lot in animation, where you can actually create deformation lines. So if I take an insert line, of course, it's not going to let me do it here real quick. I'll just delete higher. You can bring in deforming lines where you have your main bend point and then you have supporting edge loops alongside. That helps keep that edge a little harder and giving it a cleaner fall off. That's little tricks you can do, but you don't need to go that far. What I recommend is just having a nice clean mesh that's at its lowest, like this is 5,000 polys, instead of trying to bring over something a little heavier. Let's see, well, what I started doing at the moment, or at one time, was split the figure into joints, pose, and put it in a folder, and use the merge folder. That works too. You could do that as well. I do that with Dynamesh sometimes. Just depends on the project. I don't have a one-size-fits-all style way of posing. That makes sense. What's my dream project? Actually, this is one of them. Actually, doing a project like this is pretty cool. A dream project for real though would be working with Sideshow, working with a big collectibles company. That would be one for me. But it makes a separate mesh with all the parts as one. Yeah. I was told I need to give that workflow up and learn doing it the real way. No. No, you don't. No. I laugh at that. What is the real way? The way that works. No, you do what works for you. I know Dynamesh is arguably fading. It's not going anywhere. Zbrush is not getting rid of it. I doubt they ever will. There's so many people who use Dynamesh. Grissetti still uses Dynamesh. Grissetti uses it to this day. There's a lot of guys who have a lot of tricks. ZBrush is like Photoshop in the way of there are 100 ways to do the exact same thing. You just pick what works for you. You get a badass sculpt, I guarantee you there are professional artists who are way better than me who would probably scream at watching me sculpt this, because I'm sure I've done things that might be easier to do it another way, or, you know, isn't in the quote traditional way of doing things. It's what works for you. So don't let anybody else tell you different. You know, find a way what works. Once you understand what works in your pipeline and you want to update or learn another method, then do that. But don't think you have to do it one way. Nobody ever does the same thing twice. The same way twice. They just don't do it. I've watched sculptors, even myself, we do what works. So, but anyway, guys, I didn't realize what time it was. I'm having so much fun hanging out with you guys. But it is 3. That does wrap up the stream for the day. I'm going to go ahead and save this. We're going to start, I think we're ready to start 3D, getting ready for 3D print. So we'll take a final look past tomorrow, and then we'll do that. Let's do Stream Raiders, and then let's see who we can raid. I think Wandering is live. So let's pop on over. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. It's a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys are having fun. Hopefully these Q&As are also really helpful for you. I love answering questions the best I can. But the best part about this is that there's more than one way to do it. So, yeah. Ooh, that was quick. Nice. Thank you. No problem. I enjoy hanging out with you guys. All right. MyPo3D, there you go. Or is that Mifa? I can't. Oh, I clicked too fast. All right, guys. So that's it for the day. Let's go ahead and let's look up who we're going to raid real quick. Let's go to Twitch. You don't want to see my face 100 times, so let's go to Twitch. All right. But yeah, thank you guys so much, especially for those of you on the YouTube side. I know my YouTube audience isn't that big, but I appreciate everyone who comes over there on that side, hangs out with me. Let's go ahead and I haven't, you know, let's do Wandering. I haven't rated him in a while. I also haven't been in one of his streams for a while, so we're gonna do that. Let's go support. Your artwork is always a welcome part of my day. Oh, thank you so much. That's so kind. We're gonna do that. All right, let's hit raid. First, learn to type in your command codes. All right, guys. Take it easy, and I'll chat at you later. And hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. All right, guys. Take it easy, and I'll chat at you later. And hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you very much for the reminders, by the way. Adjust my posture and have a drink.
Ooh, I think I'm gonna do that as well.
Drink water, soldier.
Hi, Beefling. Oh my gosh, I got hit with the double raid.